Afternoon all. How we doing? How are we doing? Let's just push a few buttons here. So we've got a guest in today. You can push the button, Shaun.
Yep.
You'll have to let us know what the audio's like, because I've got two microphones on the go here and they might be interfering with each other. So we'll see how we get on. Let me know if the audio's all echoey and I'll shut him off.
Yeah, okay. So can you hear me, guys?
So we got Shaun over here, look. If he gets his head down low, you'll be able to see him.
Hi.
The man cave's in the house. What is he going to do? I think he's going to take a squirrel apart, aren't you?
Yeah.
You got that roadkill that you brought in earlier?
Yeah, we're going to make something out of the entrails. I'm on the squeaky chair.
You are?
Yeah,
Stop moving. Stop moving. I'll mute him. Right, let's go down through see who's in. So we've got John Turner. Right, John? Gerard's in. Is there going to be a guest appearance, ukulele and all? Well, I'm not sure on the ukulele. It is in the house, but I haven't seen it up here. So you'll have to ask him nicely, Gerard, if you want that to happen. Afternoon, Aaron. Sunny here as well, mate. 20 degrees it is here at the moment. Timothy, hi Timothy. Colin, hi Colin. I know some people are up at the NVCF today, so I'm sure they'll be able to watch us, even if they can't join in. So hope they're having a good day up there. Must be warm up there. Afternoon, Chris. Hi Dwayne from Tennessee. Chris Milky, that is. Chris, for the capacitor fund. You just see Shaun's belly there, look.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps we should get it.
Oh, it's huge. Michael Hyde, hi Michael. Matamble, hi Matamble. Moti, hi Moti. So Matamble's saying that looks like an A7th chord on a backpacker guitar. Not a woodpecker, a backpacker, Shaun. What's yours?
Okay, well, I think what he's talking about is there's some travel guitars. I brought one down. He got it right later on in the comments. He said, oh, it's a Washburn Rover.
Oh, right, okay. I see that.
He was bang on with the chord, though.
Bang on, Matamble. You know your chord, Joe. You know your chords and your guitars. Hi, Timothy. Ben, how you doing, mate? It's working. Ben's working. So let's just pop Shaun's picture because you can't see his head in there. You're just looking at his desk.
You don't want to look at my head.
No, we don't. Yeah, so Matamble's bang on with the... What Matamble's talking about is the picture on the cover, on the slide, is Shaun playing a Washburn Rover guitar. It does sound very nice, actually. Afternoon, Christoph, Retro Tech Restorations. Rob Tiveridge, hi Rob. Hi Barry. There's Mancave, he's in the chat as well, look. He's got his tablet here. He needs some tablets, I know that, but he's got his tablet here.
Hey. Lots of echo, Phil Taylor's saying.
Yeah, it's probably my mic. So let me see if I can turn down the audio on my mic. I'll just pause Shaun's mic there a second.
Yeah, mute this one and see if they can still hear you just through.
They'll be able to hear you on this one, definitely,
yeah.
But
leave that on.
Not brilliantly.
If they, Joe's saying there's a lot of echo with it as well, so must be not very good on the other side.
Yeah, I think the two mics are interfering because I think the gain is turned up too high on this one, so I need to just knock the gain back on this one, and then the other one should work. But I just got to work out how to do that. Which camera it's actually attached to. I think it's attached to... Not that one. That is attached to this one. Okay. So let me just knock the audio back a little bit. Let's knock the audio gain. Is that gain going up? No, that's going up. That's going down. Automatic gain control.
We're doing that. I'll carry on reading the chat. So Benji's in. Hi Benji. Anthony G7BJO's in. David Tag, he's in. Mike Atlantis, how you doing, brother?
I'm just messing with the sounds.
And Mac Vision's in, Phil Taylor's in, Retro Tech Restorations.
That's Christoph.
Yeah, have I missed some?
I don't know. Les is in. Afternoon, Les. Anthony. Torn between touring cars and us. Oh, what do you mean, Anthony? Can't you do both? John Hood. Hi, John. Just trying. I've missed a few. Audio's breaking up.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're using two mics, but it doesn't. They don't seem to mix well. Sometimes they work fine.
I think I should just mute this mic.
I have muted it.
Okay,
I've already done it. You don't need to touch it, Shaun. No touchy.
Yeah, it's flashing light. It's muted, isn't it?
I muted it on here, see.
Okay.
So I can turn it on and off, but I can't now because you muted it. Sandra, hi Sandra. David Tack, Mike Atlantis, Mac Vision. Santosh, how are you? How are you, Santosh? There's a timing issue with Shaun's mic.
Okay.
Doing both, Anthony. Now we're both on my mic now, so it should be.
Probably hear me. Doesn't matter.
It's a difference because Shaun's up north and I'm down here. Like.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And I can't understand a word you're saying.
I can't. I'm living northerners. Northerners coming on our land here. No worries, Chris. Yeah, red tape, unfortunately, trying to get stuff across the water these days is an absolute nightmare.
Phil Taylor saying it sounds okay now.
Hi, Rusty, all right? I think I've got everybody in. I guess hello to David, Sandra and Ben in are on both, and Benji's in. I thought you'd have been up at the Retro Tech, Benji, or did you not go this year? No worries. Yeah, I'll leave. Well, I put the automatic gain control on this mic now, so if two of us speak, it should bump up. You can translate for me, Joe, can you? Thank you, mate. Cheers for that. So we've got lots of bits. I mean, if we go to Shaun's desk a minute, let's go into Shaun's desk. He has got, what is that, Shaun?
It's a Roberts R606 MB.
MB? Is that mad?
Mad what?
Mad Bull.
the Mad Bull edition.
And what's up with this one then? Anything or nothing? Have you had a look?
Little look. It doesn't work. So we're going to have a look at it, see if we can fix it.
Okay, and what's this? There seems to be a card there. Shaun, what's all that about?
Yeah, when I came down on Friday, it was on my birthday, and I got a lovely card off Graham and Mrs. Radiocruncher. And there it is. Isn't that lovely?
It's a bit disturbing.
Yeah.
It's a bit disturbing.
Already put us off our breakfast.
It did. Yeah, I had to turn it on its back because it was.
Card.
That's Mrs. Cruncher's taste in cards, you see. That's who I've got to blame Mrs. Cruncher. Stick me up in this corner out of the way. Seem to be so big, Shaun. Just let me play about. Thank you very much, Rob, and welcome.
Oh, Robert Cross. Boom. Nice one, mate.
Just going to zoom this window down a little bit because
so Jimmy's saying, Gerard, he told me I can refer to him as Jerry, that failed fuse common in those 606s. We'll have a look at that in a minute.
It's an MB, Gerard. Andrew Littleboy, hello Andrew, how are you? Rob is saying hello to you, Shaun.
Yeah, I said hello to Robert.
Hi, Derek. Green card's a bit much. It's a bit. Oh, it is. It put me off my tea last night. So, what did you say is wrong with it, Shaun?
Well, I'm just looking at what Debbie said. It's failed fuse common in those. We'll have a look at it. We'll start it in a minute. Are we done having a chat? We're getting on the road. What are you doing?
I'm just sitting here pushing buttons for you.
Okay, what are you doing on your bench then?
I'm going to be having a look at this one again. If I can get me off the screen. So, got sort of an agreement now what we're going to do with this one. So the chap's buying it, just wants it pretty much cleaned up. New bit of Rexine for the handle. New bit of Rexine for the handle. We've got to try and get all this sticky stuff off the back for him. And the other thing really was to recap the IF board, the FM IF board, because we've done the amplifier, so I've got to just recap this and to give it a clean up. I did have a little tweak of it the other day when Les was here, so we're quite happy that it's as good as it can be on FM. It's performing really well. The other thing that I've got to do is take this hinge off. I did buy some stuff in for this. Not stuffing, as in stuffing for chickens, but some rust remover. And I've not got a clue whether it's any good or not, so I'll go and find that in a minute. I'll leave you playing with Shaun. I'll go and have a sleep and come back when it's ready to go. When it's time to leave. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do today. So I'm going to pop this hinge off. I'm going to give it a bit of a wire brush. I'll take that down outside to do that.
Quite an unusual speaker in that one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's the large magnet ELAC, so it's the sought after one.
Have you tested how many ohms it is?
No.
Okay, what's your one? I think it's 4, 8.
I can't remember. It's in the manual. It's in the manual. So yeah, that's what I've got to do. So just a little bit of pottering about with that. So nothing too much today, because there's two of us. We don't want to overload you with goodness, do we? Or madness. It's going to be mad.
Insanity.
Insanity, yeah. Insanitary.
You always have to push it.
I do.
One step further.
I've got to. It's my job.
Love it.
Rexine is a vinyl. It's a brand name for vinyl, Joe, back in the day. They don't make Rexine anymore. They do make some stuff that resembles Rexine, but you can't get it anymore.
Also, Benji, you think it's a modern speaker, that Hacker?
Yeah, it's definitely not an old ELAC, Benji.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. It does look a bit like a modern, like car stereo speaker, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay, shall we have a look at this then? This radio.
Where are you? Who are you?
I don't know. I'm not.
What are you doing over there?
Hey. Waiting to get me.
Let's have a look. So we have a look. Let's get Shaun on. Let's see what Shaun's up to. Let's get me over the other side. Let's get me out of the way. There we are. What's on then, Shaun? What are we going to do first?
Well, just have a visual inspection of the radio, as we always do. It looks in really good condition.
Do you want to explain what you brought here on your bench? You've got a few toys on the bench, you know what I mean? Because Shaun's brought all his own tools.
Mancave Workshop on tour.
He's brought all his own tools, which we can't actually fit them in the room, but
little German dual 16-volt DC power supply, portable, dead small, handy. Sling it in the back of your car, put it in your rucksack. You've always got power. Soldering iron, obviously.
He's got me in the way now.
Capacitor tester.
Capacitor tester? Capacitor?
Capacitance tester. Some lovely general Sanford cider.
Yeah, we had a bit of a road trip yesterday down to a couple cider establishments that are down here in Devon.
Cheap multimeter from a very well-known UK DIY store. Torch. Magnifying glass. A solder sucker.
Disturbing card.
Some screwdrivers. A brush.
It's got the lot.
Some side snips. Some of them things that doctors use when they're doing nasty things to you.
Forceps.
Some pliers. And some blocks. Got to have the blocks. And some wipes. That's about it. That's the whole tool.
Well, there you are. So that's pretty much enough to get you going, isn't it, really?
I think so, yeah.
For repairing radios. Shaun's got a load more tools out there just in case, but I can always bung him some if he needs something quick. Right.
What was he doing?
You are now going to go through this.
The radio.
Let me just hit the button on your mic there, Shaun.
Okay, should I press that?
Yeah, I'm going to shut up on this one a minute. Is it flashing or not?
It's flashing, yeah.
Just turn it so it's not flashing.
Okay.
All done.
That's flashing. How's that sound?
Right, so we've just got Shaun's mic on at the moment. How's that sound, alright?
Is it okay? Is it too loud?
Oh, hang on, no, I've got mine on as well. Now I've got mine off.
Okay. How's that? Let's see. Go on, somebody type. Does that sound okay?
That'll be fine, Shaun.
Has he got a tester? Jess.
Afternoon, Jess, how are you? And Luigi, Robert Head. So I'm missing the chat.
Okay, you read the chat. I'll start on this. First thing to notice on this radio is these tops of these buttons are not glued on. So we'll put them somewhere on the side where we can lose them. And we'll have a look at what the issue is with this radio. I know what the issue is. I had a look. You plug it in. You can see what I'm doing. Plug it in with a figure of 8 mains plug. So let's plug that in. We've got power. And we switch it on. And nothing happens at all. Nothing. Totally dead. So obviously, first port of call, check the fuse in the plug. I have actually checked this, it's okay. But you know how to do this, guys. Basic stuff. Let's unscrew the plug. And just check for continuity on the fuse. I reckon it'll be a 13 ampere as well in this. It doesn't want to come open now, does it?
Low volume on Shaun's mic, you say?
Okay. Right, we've already into issues, guys. We can't get this plug open. I think it might be a sealed unit. What I have done with this plug is I've tested it on another. Oh, we've got a 5 amp fuse in there. Looks pretty mucky in there.
I've just banged the gain up on Shaun's mic, so it should be a bit louder now. Is that a bit louder for you?
So let's test this plug. So we're on ohms. Let's see if we've got continuity and plug. This cheap multimeter doesn't do a beep or anything, but you should get a reading on it, and as you can see we do. So we know it's not the fuse.
No beepy.
No, it's no beepy, it's a cheapie. No beepy, it's a cheapie.
Yeah, I've turned Shaun's gain up. We'll have some gain.
Okay, so we know the plug's not the issue. Let's put that back in. I'm going to move this side out of the way, so I'm going to send that flying. So it's not the plug, is it? So let's have a look, delve a bit deeper. Have a look what's going on with it.
I'm still here.
You still here?
Here, yes, amazingly.
Let's have you fell asleep yet?
Well, nearly. I've got to get a beer lined up.
We'll go get a beer then.
Well, carry on.
Have a look at this. So let's take the base plate off this. It just squashes away. And we've got this here where the batteries go. I think it takes D cells, is it? D cells, battery, C cells, D cells on the seashore.
What does it say? I'm not saying anything on it.
It says, warning, do not operate on mains with this unit removed. Okay, we're not going to do that.
On the bottom, on the turntable there, Shaun, does it say on that?
Oh, perhaps, yeah. It says 220, 240, 50, 68 Z, important. This equipment should be disconnected from the mains when not in use. Sorry?
See if that'll fit in.
Which one's that?
That's a D cell.
No, it's too big.
So that's a C cell then.
Too big.
C-cell.
So it's C cells. So it takes C cells, she shells on the cells on the yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 1.5 is, what is it? 9. So that must be 9 volts, mustn't it? Okay, what we'll do, let's see if this radio works. We'll put 9 volts. We'll put 9 volts in it. Let's get this on to 9 volts. Am I all in shot there, Graham? I can't see because there's a lag on my screen.
Yeah, you're in shot.
Yeah, you can see what I'm doing. So let's put it on the on position again. Let's see if it makes noise from... We're going to replicate with this DC power supply that it's got all of them seashells in it.
Seashells?
Yeah.
Oh, hello. That's working then. Or was it just fading out?
Let's see. Yes. Bit dirty, the contact.
Just call Pooh Bear Poopy Bear Pooh. No, Pooh Bear. That's his name. Let's call him Pooh Bear.
Okay, so we know it works through the battery compartment, but when we plug it in to the mains, it doesn't work.
No worky.
No working.
Apparently your light has gone in your power strip. The neon's gone.
Oh yes, it has. Yeah, yeah, it has. Yeah, it's very old.
Very old.
Well spotted, and it hasn't got surge
No
resistant, no surge, and it's not isolated, and nothing like that. So
Gerard said it's better to fit a 3 amp fuse. What's in there at the moment?
5 amp. Okay, I've got some fuses with me, so we'll rectify that later. If I forget, Jerry, remind me on at the end.
Get on his case.
So what we've got to do is get this out to have a look at what's inside it. See what's going on. So what do? Do we just pull it out? Are there any screws on it?
You know, absolutely.
I know how to do it.
Oh, sorry, you're just demonstrating.
But it took me a while to suss it out. At first I thought, is the thing glued in? Is it stuck in?
Try and prise it off.
Yeah, get a screwdriver behind there, try and get it out. What there is, there's a little latch here. Don't know if it's still in shot. And
have you brought a mallet or not? They're asking about the mallet.
Now I've got to keep my language clean here, haven't I? So less said about the mallet, the better. So there's a little latch there, and you just pull that, and it just comes out like that. It's all dusty, and there's the guts. So we know we're getting power when we put batteries in, because we just tested that. So power's getting through here, batteries. So there's a transformer in there.
What, robots in disguise, or?
Do you know, it's hard enough. It's hard enough working without you looming.
You've got to have some commentary.
Without you looming over the shoulder, watching every single move I'm making.
No, I could get closer, but
I'd rather you didn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we got the transformer, we got a couple of caps, a fuse. Now, reading through the comments earlier, Jerry said he's quite familiar with these. That sometimes it's the fuse that's gone. So let's test continuity.
Give him the check.
Sorry?
Give him the check then, boy.
Say that in English.
Give him the check, boy.
What?
Give us a check, boy.
If anybody else can translate, please do. Right, okay, so continuity, we should see a reading on this meter, on this fuse. And I've got to hold my hands up, I've already had a look at this, and the fuse is blown.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I've already checked it out. So look, that fuse is kaput. That's as far as I got with it, and I thought, right, yeah, take that down to live stream. Let's have a look at it, see what the guys think's help.
So why is it gone?
Why is it gone? That's a question.
Is it just a case of sticking it on and hoping for the best, or do you want the dimbo tester? Do you want the dimbo to fire it up with a different fuse?
Do you think we should check the windings on this transformer?
Yeah.
Because I'm really unfamiliar with that. Let's unplug it. So Roberts, on this occasion, have made this really serviceable by putting spades on that. They've obviously not been off throughout its life.
Joe's saying that you've got a whole crew of 44 radio men watching over her.
Right, okay, so this I'm lost now. What I would do, if you weren't here, Graham, or the guys weren't here to help me, I'd just change that fuse, plug it in, play the radio for however long it lasts. But I do understand that these transformers can go bad.
So it could be what, open circuit or short circuit. If it's blown the fuse.
Well, I don't know. I know in these things there's a load of windings in there, and I did a bit of research on Google, and it says to check the primary and secondary output, whatever that is. It's all. I've never done it before.
The secondary is the green wires that are coming out, look, because they're the secondary of the transformer going out into that board.
Okay.
So you could plug the mains in.
Yeah.
And check to see if you've got any AC output on those two green wires.
Okay.
That would tell you if that transformer's working. If
So
that's okay, then it could be something like a diode or something going on the other board, or it could just be there's been a surge of electric and it's popped it. That's more likely. It's just been a surge. But you could, as I say, plug that in to the mains.
Okay, yeah.
You keep your hands away from the mains part of it.
Yeah, go on.
That's a pretty good transformer because it's shielded with connectors. You can't really come across any mains on there, can you?
And I want to set my meter on AC. Did you say
yeah.
to check this?
Yeah.
And I've not done any valve stuff or anything. I rarely use this side of the meter, the AC. I usually use just the DC part. So
it's a 9-volt radio, so it's going to be probably, if it's got a rectifier, which it is, it's probably going to be about 12, 15 volts, something like that you're expecting on that transformer.
So I need to put the AC setting down to low.
What setting is it on low?
It's got values of 200.
That's microfarads, isn't it? Or is that AC volts as well?
AC volts, look. Because is that the sign for AC?
Yeah,
that little
AC,
squiggle, yeah. And that's power. Okay, it's a cheapo meter, £8.99 from a DIY store. I'll put it quite high, see what happens. Yeah.
You can turn it back.
Okay. So I'm going to plug it in now. If you're going to do this at home, and if you're watching me thinking he's going to electrocute himself, you've got to be really careful. Once it's got 240 volts up it, all this is pretty much could be live, potentially life-threatening, pretty dangerous stuff. But here we go. What I like to do, usually when I'm working on anything that's plugged into the mains, is put one hand behind my back, but I ain't going to be able to do that because I've got to test these two terminals here. And what am I looking for, Graham?
Well, you should be looking probably somewhere around about 15 volts, something like that.
Okay.
Maybe on it.
So I could get a whack off this now.
You won't, because it's the other side of it, so it's low voltage.
Okay, so it's reading. The reading's all over the place.
This is 0.3, so you've probably got the meter set wrong.
Oh, okay, so
try
go.
a meter that's actually got the normal readout on it.
Should go higher.
You try this one, Shaun.
Well, I don't know. I like to think I could get along with this cheap meter. Perhaps.
That's up to you.
Yeah, I'd rather stick with it. Should I go higher on the setting?
Yeah, just try it then.
Okay.
I don't know that meter.
It's just a basic multimeter that you get from. Oh, it's not reading anything now. So let's go lower.
The wrong way, yeah.
Let's go lower. It's like Bruce Forsyth's game, isn't it? Play your cards right, higher, lower. Right, no, we're getting nothing.
Just try this multimeter then.
Okay, so perhaps it demonstrates why you should buy decent kit at the time.
This is only a cheap multimeter, but it has. Let me have a look at that meter while you swap. So that's set up at 20 volts AC at the moment, I think, isn't it? Let's switch on the top there. It's set across to AC. Yes, it is. Yep.
Yep. So we're good on
there
that.
You go.
Thank you.
Try that.
That's reading 0. It's jumping about that.
Hang on. Yeah, it's just your lead. So it's
30
yeah,
leads. Did you see that? Yeah, I'm being very tentative, touching around it because I know it's live. So I wasn't. It was user error. So yeah, we're getting 13.5 volts.
There we go.
There we go.
So I don't know how this thing.
So let's have another go with that meter.
I think you'll find that this this is the DC, so that's 200 volts, and that's yeah. So that's the 200 volt range. Try that on your meter, and I think you didn't have it set on the right setting.
Okay, let's give it a go.
Try that again.
I am going to be the chat in a minute. At the moment, because this thing's plugged in live, I'm just focusing on it.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it is measuring low.
Yeah, 13. Yeah.
So yeah,
cool.
you were on the capacitance section of that meter.
Oh yeah,
so
and you can actually see the yeah. It was
your
user error. What Graham's saying is, from that little gap there is capacity. Yeah, I was miles away. My fault, my problem.
Camera, mate, man.
Okay.
You're trying to show them.
Right.
See that far away. Right up close to the camera. Show me meter. There we go.
So, the little gap there on that range, I'd gone over it, so I'd gone away from the AC range. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Use it ever. Not the meter's fault. So yeah, cheap meters still do the job.
So
right. I'm going to unplug it now. And
so we know the transformer's good then.
Transformer's good. Yeah.
There you go.
We know the fuse is blown. Transformer's good. And it actually says on this thing, on the top it says fuse, 40 milliamp anti-surge fuse. So if it had got a surge, perhaps...
Just cracking a can of the old black stuff.
Perhaps it wasn't anti enough.
Guinness, only because it's cold.
Okay, 40 mAh. I have brought some spares with me. And
have you got a 40 milliamp fuse though?
I don't think so. I'll have a look.
Let's see what I've got in a minute. Just get this Guinness in the glass first.
I'll have a look. I've got me a box here. It says Mancave Workshop on tour.
Obviously it's the same as an 830B meter.
Which one is the one that Graham passed me, Harvey, or this cheapo one? Right, I have some fuses here. I have some more fuses. These are the only small ones I've got.
Yeah, what got zapped? Only my body, Matamble, zapped with Guinness. What have we got in there? Christmas presents? Sweeties?
No, this is there's a retired TV engineer called John, and unfortunately he's got really bad arthritis and he can't work anymore. So he's a friend of mine, and he keeps offloading, which I'm really glad to get, components that he's never ever going to use again. I'm so grateful that he does it, because...
Cheers for that super chat, Rob. My camera's a bit fuzzy already.
What I'm doing now, I'm just looking to see what value this fuse is. I haven't a clue.
What, the one in your...
So 250 volts. Oh, there we go. It's a 500 milliamp. And it should be 400.
Oh, 400 milliamp.
Yeah, and the one I've got is the spare I've got's 500. So could we get away with that, or is it asking for trouble with it being on the mains?
See, mine are all 500 milliamps. I haven't got 400. Although I say that, I might have. I've got some other fuses elsewhere.
What could come on, I'll just read the chat. If you can help me out, guys, put in a higher value fuse in when it's within, what is it? It's within 10%. Is that bad practice, or would it be okay? What do you think?
Small tin of blown fuses Benji's got.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure on that, whether I should go with that. It's 500 milliamp, and it should the one I've got, but the original's 400. Will it be okay or not?
I personally would go smaller rather than bigger with a fuse.
Should we put it in for testing purposes? You should never change a fuse for a higher rating, Timothy. No. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, I don't think you should, personally.
Okay.
So you better.
It's taking a bit of a risk, but probably okay.
250 milliamp.
Okay, Jerry's saying it's taking a bit of a risk, but probably okay just for testing purposes.
Well, I've got a 250 milliamp one. It shouldn't pop that, because end of the day it isn't going to draw more than 250 milliamps unless you've got it on full whack.
Okay. So do we think that? What do you think, guys? Should we put the 250 in or the 500?
250. Definitely wouldn't really go over. I'm just seeing if I've got another fuse.
Put a nail in it and use beer instead of cider. I totally agree with you there, Joe. Is it called Joe?
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah, I've got you. Graham said you were called Joe Matambler. Easier to say, Joe. So Jerry's saying I try the 250 in preference. Okay. Could I ask you politely, Mr. Radiocruncher, if I could borrow a 250 milliamp fuse? Thank you.
Because if you have got a fault, you'll pop that one pretty quick. So.
Yeah.
And I've got plenty of them, so.
Let's get this one out.
It gives me a chance to put my other.
Oh, look at look at that! Look! That just falls to bits when you pull it out. Something's gone bad with that one.
Yeah, that's had more than just a little bit of current through it. It's had a lot of current through it. So you maybe want to be starting to check those components on that board. Or
there's not many.
Can you get your multimeter on the output of that fuse and just check to see if you've got a short on the output?
Oh, okay, yeah, see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let's get this out. So by the time the power gets over here, it's DC, isn't it? By the time the power gets through this transformer to this board, it's not 240 volts anymore. We've seen that. It's 13 volts. So I'm looking.
You could, if you wanted to, stick 13 volts. Sorry, 13 volts on your power supply.
Yeah.
Current limit it, and then connect it to your power supply and see what it's drawing current-wise, or use your multimeter to measure the current draw. But
across the fuse terminals.
Well, no, because once the fuse will be in the positive line, won't it? So you want to connect the output of the fuse to your positive and the ground to your negative on that board.
How do you know which is which?
Let me have it a minute, Shaun.
Okay.
You're too far back from me. I cannot see it, right? I cannot see it.
So what was that?
So one of those is going to be the input from the rectifier, which is that side by the looks of it. It looks like this side's the output. You've got these little spring clips on it, so it's difficult to get to. It does look like there's been something spilled on that, doesn't it? But so it could be that your bridge rectifier is bad. So actually, let me get this right. That is basically what converts it to DC, yeah?
Yeah.
So at this point we've got 15 volts AC. It goes through that rectifier and then it becomes DC at the fuse.
So if I measure across the fuse, we should be seeing nine-ish?
And not across the fuse, because don't forget the fuse is in the positive line.
Okay.
So if you've got a fuse in there, across there,
yeah.
So if you measure across that, you want to be on that side there.
Well, perhaps I'll put the fuse in and measure the DC output that's going to the radio from these two terminals here.
You could do, but if there's a problem with something here, it could just pop that fuse again, see? So I'm just saying, just check to see if there's a short first, probably, by sticking your multimeter on that one.
Yeah.
And then on a ground, so that's a ground, it's on that ground side of that cap.
Yeah.
So if you put your multimeter on ohms across those 2 points, that'll tell you if there's a short on this bit anywhere.
Gotcha.
Yeah?
I don't think anybody saw any of that, but with the camera set up, did they?
Do you want me to stick it under the overhead camera a minute and just show them what
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we're all singing off the same song sheet and we know what we're doing. Do you know, it's a lovely sunny afternoon. We could have gone outside and done something much more interesting. Like, have a walk instead of sat in a workshop doing things.
Right, let's see if I can get this on camera. Right, so this is Shaun's power supply board. So on this side we've got our transformer. So Shaun was getting 13 volts on this, so it means that that transformer's okay. That comes across and into this board. So we've got some filter caps, and this black thing here is a bridge rectifier, so that's got AC on 2 pins and DC on the other 2. And that then comes off into this fuse holder, which is popped. So what I suggested to Shaun is that he, if I can get a pointery thing, so that's the input from the bridge rectifier, and that's the output of the fuse. So if Shaun tests the output to ground,
Derek's saying you're quiet. I think it's.
Ah, right, okay, yeah, it's because I got that. So just hit the mute button on that one, Shaun.
Thanks, Derek.
Right, let's just swap mics again. Sorry about that. I forgot that we were on that mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I was saying is, this is the transformer. Green wires are the output of the transformer, which we know we've got 13 volts on those. The 13 volts comes into the board here. We've got the bridge rectifier, which converts it from AC to DC. So 2 pins of this will be AC, 2 will be DC. The DC will come out, it'll go through this fuse and out into the board. This is the first cap by the looks of it. So what I suggested to Shaun that he does is test from this part here, which is the output of the fuse holder, to there, which is a ground off that capacitor. So if we test between there and there, that should be pretty much open circuit. If he's got a short, then it could well be that one of these other components here has gone short. It could even be a dodgy bridge rectifier, but I suppose we could test the bridge rectifier by plugging it back in again and seeing if we've got our 15 volts here, DC, yeah? Shaun's looking at the delayed picture there. So yeah, if we check this side of the fuse, then that's going to be our incoming voltage going through the fuse out into the circuit. So we should have our DC on there if that bridge rectifier is working. If the bridge rectifier is no good, then we won't have our voltage there, will we? You understand that, Shaun, what I'm saying?
Yeah, no? Like saying I'm watching it delayed.
Yeah. So we've got two points you can test there. First, we can check here to see if we've got our DC output from the bridge. So yeah, this is our bridge rectifier, yeah?
Yep.
So the AC is coming into this, and then it's getting converted to DC out through to this point here, yeah? Then it goes across the fuse to this point. So we've got the fuse disconnected at the moment, so this side of the circuit is totally dead, yeah?
Yeah.
But that will still be live.
Okay.
So if we've got our DC voltage here, not AC now.
And you're saying put the positive on the meter there and the negative.
And the negative you can just put to there, that should be fine. Or one side of one of these caps. The problem is this board, as you can see, has got these spring clip things on it.
Yeah, that'd be a bit
and the likelihood is if you try and get them off, you'll break that plastic peg off. You can prise them up with a screwdriver, but it's not great. I mean, you're going to need to probably prise them up anyway to get that off, aren't you?
Get them caps out,
if you want to change your caps. But again, you should be able to check those in circuit because you're disconnected there. But anyway, I think that's probably the first thing to check is see if you've got DC voltage here. So put your positive probe on there and try that as your ground. It should come across. Yeah, that should work. And then on ohms setting, there to see if you've got a short.
Okay.
Yeah?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Back over to Shaun. Cave cam.
Cave cam.
Right, I'm going to pop your mic back on, Shaun. I'll mute mine. Right, should be back on Shaun's mic now.
Okay. That's, like I say as well,
How are you, mate?
Does look like something's been spilt on this. Let's just give it a quick. It's not dust.
That is the man cave. That is the man cave.
Yeah, the one and only Harvey. I'm here.
The man cave's in the house, Harvey.
Yeah, I suppose you guys. Not often you see my face on my videos because I just film what I'm doing. But in this situation, you're gonna have to put up with looking at me.
You're saying that the fuse holder looks a bit loose, but I think it's just because it's mounted on them plastic things.
No, the fuse holder looks good point, but it does look okay. Right then, totally forgot what we're going to do.
We're gonna do
We were going to test for
I can hover over your shoulder a minute.
DC.
Let me hover over your shoulder.
Okay.
Make abusive signs behind your head and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, thanks for that, Graham.
No worries.
Would expect nothing less. So we're going to check from this ground. We're going to use that as a ground, doesn't matter.
So you're on ohms at the moment, are you?
No, we're on DC, so we're going to
You're
go.
not plugged into nothing, are you?
No, not yet. Otherwise, I'd have really spiky hair.
We wouldn't, because all of this is low voltage. It's only right down
Okay.
here where that comes in that you've got high voltage, because the other tap-ins are on the other side of this, so you can't physically get them. So really, on this particular
You can't
board,
hurt yourself. I'd rather be
the
cautious.
only one that you could probably hurt yourself on is that one there.
Yeah, okay. I'd rather be cautious, to be honest. It's nasty having a shock, isn't it? So I'm going DC. Do you say?
DC voltage there to see if you've got anything coming out of the bridge rectifier.
Okay,
If you've got that, then we can check the other side with the power disconnected again.
Okay, let's check that. No touchy.
You were right with the fuse blown rod. Well done, mate.
Right, I can't. I'm trying to keep this so the viewers can see it. There we go. We've got 16.5
16.5
volts.
volts. So we know that the bridge rectifier is working then. So
Yeah.
we can unplug it again now then.
Am I in shot there with the meter? Can the guys see it? I think so.
We need to put the meter the other side, really.
And we're going to go to ohms now, aren't we?
So we know
Sure.
the bridge rectifier is working. The
Let's go.
rectifier.
Let's go to Sherlock's.
Sherlock Holmes, I like it.
And we're going to a ground. And we're going on this side. Whoop.
Have we got any reading there?
Just try to get it to get good contact. Yes, we have.
So is that 60 ohms?
It's rising. Whoop.
Yeah, you're charging the cap, I expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we haven't got a dead short. It is quite high, but I suspect that's okay. So I think probably from that you could put the fuse in there now.
And give the radio a test.
And no, not give the radio a test. Just see if we've got output to those to the output of that board.
Okay, yeah, with you.
Because
So with this circuit, when I unplug it, will these do they automatically discharge?
Yeah, but you got to bear in mind that it's only low voltage. You're never going to get a shock off that, are
No,
you?
but it's one of them. I'm going to be in a few weeks working on a valve radio, and I want to get the basic rules
You'd
in.
need to see the circuit.
You know, just as
to
good.
see if it's a bleed off resistor across these, then yes, it would be. But probably on a low voltage like that, they're not going to bother with that.
Just like doing good practice, you know, get good habits, so you don't get hurt.
So where is the output of that board then into the radio? Is it these?
Yes.
One of these two, is it?
Them two.
Oh,
there.
these
yeah.
two?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So we should, if you stick that fuse in, plug it back into the mains, we should have our output voltage from that board on those two terminals in DC.
I forgot which one's which here. We've got a 250 and a 500, haven't we?
You have to look at your, get the old magnifier out.
Yeah. There's the 250. Let's wallop that in. Okay. We want to be checking now. I'm getting all fingers and thumbs and forgetting completely where I'm up to. Plug it back in. Check the output on them. Should it be 9 volts coming out of there?
It should be, yeah. I would think somewhere.
When I say
around
coming
that.
out of there, I mean coming out of them.
Yeah, because the rectification's done on that board, and the voltage regulation is done on that board as well.
And we're on DC again.
Kira's just saying that to look at the ripple, but we haven't got anything. I don't think your multimeter will do ripple. What it should do. If it's
Oh, look at that. We have got 9 volts coming out of there with that fusing. Cool.
So we know that that board is good then.
Yeah, just ignore if I move it a little bit, that meter, if I hold it steady,
There we go.
bang on 9 volts.
So that's all it was, just that fuse.
Yeah. Well, why did that fuse fail?
Probably a surge, I suspect, but it did fail quite badly. It blew the end cap.
Yeah.
So might have had a bit of a lightning strike, maybe.
So what should I do next, guys? Should I test these caps? Or do you think they're okay?
It's worth testing them because if they're gone, then it could be noisy.
What it means is getting these clips off though, which quite delicate really. That's
You want a little tiny screwdriver to just prime up a little tiny bit at a time.
actually got a little
Bradley type thing?
Bradley type thing.
Bradley?
Yeah, let's see if we can get them off. Oh, it's all plastic, and I bet that's as brittle as it comes. Have you got any WD-40, Graham? Just so I can squirt a tiny bit on them to let them lift a bit easier.
Just put a little bit of oil on. If you squirt WD-40, you'll go everywhere, mate.
Okay,
You'll never get WD-40.
I would have at home. I would have just popped a bit of WD on.
Yeah.
Because that's all I've got. What you've got? Look at that! Look at that, guys. He's got really posh oil needle things.
Needle oiler.
Needle
That's a
oiler.
little Duracell one.
That's a great bit of kit. That. What oil's in there? It looks very thin.
Timothy said he got the clips off without breaking them, so it is doable.
Okay.
Be careful, just do it a little bit at a time.
Yeah.
It should come off.
Are we ready? Got to have the touch of a midwife, I think. Got to have a steady hand. And when you've got Mr. Radiocruncher over your shoulder, no pressure, nothing like that.
I'm just going to give the back of this one a little spray with the old Goo Gone, I think.
Are you on the
While
the hacker?
that, we'll pop on this one a minute, that. And we'll see if I can get this stickiness off with a bit of Goo Gone. So let's just pop back on my microphone a minute.
Should I mute this?
No, no need. No need. I've done it.
Okay.
I've done it. Right, okay, so I'm just using some of this Goo Gone, and hopefully that'll be enough to dissolve all this sticky where someone stuck some tape on it. I expect they stuck that on while they were gluing it, because it's pretty firm, that. So, so leave that to soak in a minute. I want my little brush to agitate that in a bit, I think. It does take a little while to work this stuff, so isopropyl will get it off quicker, but it might take some of the finish off the sort I was worried about, so just going to let that sit then for a bit. I should have done that with it when I took the back off really, shouldn't I? I should have took the hinge off first and then done that, but you know, that'd be too easy, wouldn't it? Yeah, I bought this as I really don't know where the other one's gone, because I had an older sort of just brush on one. This is a spray on one, and a couple of people have said that this isn't as good as the other one. I'm not sure, because it smells the same. It's good stuff. It's really, really useful to have that in your workshop. Have you got any of that, Shaun? Any Goo Gone?
I haven't got any Goo Gone.
No Goo Gone?
I used to have, but it
When?
gone.
Goo is gone from your place.
Yeah.
The Goo Gone is gone. Shaun needs new Goo Gone.
After the fire.
Lighter fluid. Yeah, I've got some lighter fluid as well. That maybe is a bit better because it does evaporate away, but
Isopropyl, would that get glue off? No?
it would do, but it might sometimes with this particular vinyl it can make it go a bit like milky and cloudy. Get like a cloudy film on it.
Okay.
So I'm just seeing if that's starting to lift it yet. Yeah, it's starting. How you doing with your spring washers? You got them off yet?
Oh yeah, they're off.
Both off, are they?
Yeah, there's two.
Oh, well done.
On the top of our shelves.
Well, back over to Shaun
I'll
then.
show you in a minute. I'm just
Oh,
cleaning stuff up.
he's cleaning stuff. So let's go back over to the cave cam. Cave cam. I've stuck myself right over his face as well. That's not a bad thing. Who said that? Who said that? Look at that card. That's shocking. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit on the cave cam.
Like, are we on the cave cam?
We're on the cave cam, yeah.
So, yeah, got the board off, and when you get the board off, the two spring washers.
Yeah, zoomed in a bit now.
They have these little. Can you see that there? They have these little spacers.
You should see your screen will jump bigger in a minute.
As well. So the spacers go on the top, and then the springs go on top of them. So all I'm doing now is, I don't like working dirty, dusty stuff, so I'm just giving things a wipe over with a wet wipe, so we don't catch Ebola off it or anything like that.
Ebola?
So I don't know how old these are. I've not done no research on these 606s. I don't know when Roberts produced them, or anything like that, or much about them at all. I know they did one that wasn't a mains battery. It was just battery only. Something flew off there. What was that? A little sticker with a T on it came off the transformer.
Oh, that was the one with the fuse rating on it, was it?
Yeah. So I was doing that. I was going to do this off camera because it's pretty boring watching people clean stuff up. So,
I just wanted to see the board.
yeah, well, we've got the board, and what we're going to
Board
do
is off.
is lift a leg.
What's the underside of it look like? Is it pretty
Side,
all okay?
standard.
No burning or anything like that on
No.
it? No.
Well, it's good. It's never been touched. Nobody's been in there, but it's about to be.
You're gonna interfere with it, Shaun, are you?
I am, but what I'm going to do is take it to the next level.
What?
Don't you,
What do you mean? It's never been touched, but you're going to interfere with it now.
I'm going to service it, upgrade it, not interfere with it. It's the wrong word. Interfere. Right, okay, let's lift one of these legs on this cap. So there's two Phillips caps in. Let's see what they are. Got no schematic or anything like that. They can read them.
Harvey's been bushwhacking in the jungle.
Has he? No, I can't read the values on them just yet. Oh yeah, that's an awkward size. This one. Still on the cave. That's a 150.
The cave cam.
That's a 150. That one. 150 microfarad UFs or whatever. The other one is. That looks like a.
Is that tiny?
Oh, that's a 6. I keep telling you it's hard enough doing this. I don't love it really. So that's a 680 and a 150. So let's lift a leg on one of them.
So Gerard's saying that they were Robert's flagship radio from the 1970s, mid 70s to mid 80s. So yeah.
Okay.
That's a long life for a radio, really. 10 years, isn't it? Timothy says he couldn't get the right data for yours since the 606 is not the same as the 606 MB. It is out there. I've got a trader sheet, I think, of the 606 MB.
Oh, just a minute, just stop, because Benji's got some gardening problems here. It's
Harvey. Harvey's bushwhacking.
Alright, but Benji's says...
Benji's got bindweed.
Yeah. Oh, right, stop the show. Let's sort this bindweed out. The only thing to get rid of it, Benji, is to dig deep, get all the roots out of the soil, and make sure it's gone. If you get any little shoots coming up after, get loads of that Roundup weed killer on it. It's the only way, because once blindweed gets hold, it's game over, isn't it, for the garden? Nightmare, mate.
So you're desoldering now, eh?
Yep. No, I'm just worried about Benji's garden.
Benji, don't worry about his garden. You got the foxes in there to sort that out.
Right, let's get the soldering iron hot. Let's get solder sucker again. Basic soldering iron. I think it's not travelled well. That it's bent. It was from a company that's. Am I allowed to say company names?
Yeah. It's
from Tool Station. It was $8.99. Solder sucker from Amazon. I think that was a $5. That's all I'm using.
You can see Sean's lovely birthday card down in the corner as well.
Yeah, we're going to keep that in shot.
Oh, it's gross.
Let's heat this solder up here so we can get this off all in one go without lifting a tracer. Give it a bit of bit of persuasion on the other side, heat it up. Careful with that tracer. Have I plugged my soldering iron in? Yeah, it's not. It takes a while to warm up. This one, it's probably not hot enough yet. Snap.
Oh!
There we go. I knew it'd snap.
I'm trying to kill my desk.
So that's a leg lifted on that cap. Let's get the meter on it. See what it says. The capacitance meter.
It's a crossover, Gerard's saying.
See how it reads. It's a what?
Crossover between the 606 MB and the 606. So some of the earlier ones have the same circuit board as the R606.
So the values for me are all gobbledygooch. This capacitor should be 150, and you see the meter saying it's 159, 160. Don't know what the ESR is because this meter doesn't do equivalent series resistance. Should we change it or should we leave it in? What's the verdict? Do we change caps just for the hell of it or not?
That wire is very close to the end of the soldering iron.
Which one?
Mains wire.
Where?
The other one.
Are you sure? Is it just from your angle?
That one was touching the end there like that.
Oh, okay.
So it smells something burny smell.
No, it's not touched there, mate.
Just checking.
Yeah, no.
Close.
Safety first, health and safety. Safety first.
Yeah. I've got extra underwear on today just in case.
Take that off. Okay, so do we change that cap or not?
What is it?
It's reading 154, 153. It should be 150.
Yeah.
Have you got an ESR? Do you want to test this cap, Graham?
You can test it if you want.
Okay, I'll pull the other end out.
You only need one end to do it with this one.
Okay.
Hook it on.
Oh, this is the posh bingo meter, isn't it?
So that will tell us if the ESR is something because the capacitance is all right.
Yeah.
I'm still scrubbing away at my.
Should we switch to Radiocruncher bench?
I'm scrubbing.
Okay, I'll do testing.
You test it there. We should be able to see it. Yeah.
Ooh.
One beep. So what's the ESR on that one?
The ESR is 2.4,
Too high.
and your meter says it's about 130.
Yeah.
And this meter's accurate, isn't it?
Well, it was when it was bought. It's been back for repair once and been recalibrated, so it should be pretty close. But then,
Okay. Could we be like the man with 1,000 watches that doesn't know what time it is?
no, that's definitely too
It's-
high ESR. That's
okay.
below one. If you check a new one, was it 100? Did you say?
A 150.
150. You've got a 150 there, have you? Have you brought some caps?
I brought some caps. I've got a 150, funnily enough.
Let's see what your new 150 reads like. It's got
Okay.
surely got to be below one ESR, I thought.
This is my caps box. Actually, I've only got one left. And it's a Vichy. Let's just double check that it is a 150.
Most of this
Yeah.
goo has come off of here, but
Okay.
I'm getting a bit more aggressive with it, I think.
Let's put it on the DIY store meter first for capacitance. Let's see what it says. Oh wow, it says it's 175, which is higher in capacitance than the cap I'm changing. Okay, but we need to check that ESR, whatever that equivalent series resistance thing means.
ESR is on the new one.
Okay, let's put it on the Peak Atlas ESR meter. The ESR, it says, is 1.02,
Yeah, so
That's
about
good.
right then.
but it said the capacitance 170.
Yeah, the had this conversation before, and I think the general consensus was that once you load up a capacitor, then it reaches its true capacitance.
Oh, okay.
I've never tried that theory before, but apparently that's the case.
Okay, let's just swap this one out then.
Just get rid of all the goo gone that's gone all over the goo. Gone. Yeah, that's got off 95% of that sticky's all gone now.
So that Philips capacitor did its job, lasted a long time. Hopefully this one will last for just as long. And I've completely forgot which way it went in. I take it was that way. Let's look at the board. Should be easy to find the earth on this.
Let's see if I can find you a schematic for that then. Should we find Shaun a schematic? What do you think?
I see, it's that way round. It's got to be that way round. A schematic would be nice.
Let's have a look. I haven't done an R606 for a long time.
So on these new capacitors, on the old ones, the crimped end is always positive, isn't it? Am I putting this in the wrong way, guys? I'm putting it in with a negative this end and the positive this end. I think that's the way that one came out. Hard to tell now because I've pulled it out. Being so used to working on hacker boards where they're labelled, I've totally forgot. Got lazy. Give it a go.
Go and get you a board. Let's see if I've got a schematic on it, but it says I have, but
there's not much could go wrong, is there, if you put it in the wrong way around? I mean, look, that's if you look at this tracer here, it goes to earth there because it's such a small board. See what I'm saying, Graham? That tracer there goes to earth, so that must be the negative side. It'd be stupid to put it the other way around, wouldn't it? See what I'm saying, guys? That goes to earth. See the earth wire there goes onto that tracer, so I reckon it's the right way round. It's fine, but bad practice for me. You should always look, and I totally forgot to do that. I could have got it. It could have gone completely wrong. If you're working on a big board, it'd be hard to trace it back without the schematic.
It's the same way around as the other one.
Yeah, thanks, Timothy.
Timothy, edge your back there.
Thanks, Timothy. Yeah. Let's get this soldered in. Do we need to put any flux on it with a flux core? Don't think so. So as always, heat up the work first, and then add the solder. Don't forget to get a good huff of that solder smoke. It's good for you. One of your 5 a day. Heat up the work again. Let the solder cool down naturally. Don't like blowing solder. When I say blowing solder, I mean, you know, to cool it down, because I think it can cause cold solder joints. Chop the excess off. We've done this a million times before, haven't we, guys? Cap changing. Always keep the legs. Might come in handy for...
Gerard's saying that he would normally leave a Phillips cap if it was reading not too bad.
Yeah, I quite agree with him on that one.
Use.
Yeah, sorry, let me just stop. Can we get the cam over to your bench, Graham, so I can catch up with the chat? I'm missing the guys. I'm usually on the other side of the chat talking to them.
You can chat there on your iPad.
Yeah, no, but while I'm working, I can't read it.
Oh, just read
Like,
it.
I can't multitask. I'm missing the... Usually we have a right good banter and a bit of stuff going on the chat while you're working. So I'm missing the guy. He's gone. He's gone. Where have you gone? Yeah, I'm missing the chat, guys. Missing the chat with you. It's always great on a Sunday, isn't it? We usually get a right load of topics going on the side. Okay, let's get this 680 out. Heated up.
I'll just come into the other room here just to see if I can find
melt.
another 606 for Shaun. So, back to Shaun.
And if it won't come out, we'll just prise it out. Just don't put too much pressure on the board. Get it out as cleanly, as neatly as whatever technique you have. Actually, that's not going to go, that. Better watch out with the solder iron, because like Graham said before, it was pointing at some mains wires. That'd be a disaster, wouldn't it? Whole place will go up in smoke. It's a bit good what Graham does when he's working live. You know, all the people are watching you, and if you make a mistake, so what? You make it right after, don't you? But when you're pre-recording videos, it's pretty easy to edit stuff out, and I try not to on my channel. Try not to edit anything out, but sometimes you think, oh yeah, I did say something a bit wrong there. Right, this end of this cap isn't coming off very well, so what I'm going to do is do the opposite thing and add solder to the joint, and sometimes it just helps to release the old solder. Nothing's slipping all over the place. Oh, this one ain't gonna come out without a bit of a fight. I used to have Chris All the Gear, no idea. He sent me one of them Jura desoldering tools, and they make this job really, really easy. But when you're doing it with a cheapo solder iron, there we go, it's gone. When you do it with a cheapo solder, you know, false economy buying cheap tools, but unfortunately, when I lost all my good tools, I was so desperate to get the bench back up and running that I just went out and bought what I could to start over. Right, let's get this on the capacitance meter, this other Phillips cap. And it says it's a 680 16 volt. Let's get the meter on, see what it thinks, and then we'll get Graham's posh one on. So this one is reading 750. That's gone a little bit high, hasn't it? It's not out of the ballpark, and it's actually warm with desoldering it. The cap's got warm. Whether that affects it, I don't know. Probably not. But it's not out of the ballpark. I know you guys would have liked to have saved these for capacitance bingo, but if I was at home, I would have probably left that in, to be fair. Right, let's get the posh meter on it. See what that says. Okay.
I did find the board layout for the power supply, but I haven't got the full service manual here to hand. I've got one somewhere.
Okay, so this one says the ESI isn't too bad on that. It's 1.16 and 764
After him dids.
capacitance. I'm tempted to leave that cap in.
What is it?
It's a 680.
Yeah.
And it's the capacitance has gone high. It's 764, but the ESI is 1.1. I might as well change it. Eh? I would if I was at home. I'd probably leave that in, because this radio is I use it in the kitchen, so I believe.
Change it then if you use it regular, because it's only going to go higher, isn't it? It's not going to go lower, is it?
No, I get what you're saying. But
yeah, you probably could get away with leaving that one.
Yeah, but let's change it anyway. Actually, you're going to have to excuse me, guys. I need a comfort break already.
Alright, go back to... he's kicking my cameras about again. He's a beast. He's a beast. So there's the... hang on, let's just swap microphones a minute. Right, back on my mic now. So here's the back of the RP37A after a bit of Google. So you can see all of that white sticky tape is pretty much gone. I mean, if I'm being overly critical, I can see a little tiny, maybe a little tiny couple of dicks little dints where it was, but that's come out fine. So job done there. So that, the next thing I want to do really is get that hinge off and out of the way, because I'm really not happy about that hinge. So say this radio is being sold, so I am going to do all the caps in it. Is that Philips? Feels like Philips. I'm not sure when we went from Philips to posi drive screws, really. I sort of always think of it as sort of like decimalisation around that time. I really don't know when we went, when posi drive screws started coming in. But I know you used to be able to tell them apart because they had like a little star shape. So these are a little bit rusty. I've got to go and find that that rust remover I bought. I don't know if it's any good or not. I don't know what you chaps use. I was going to buy some Evaporust, but for a litre it was like 20 quid. So I thought, well, that's a bit over the top, really. I don't know how much of it I'll ever use, really. So yeah, this radio is going. I'm not surprised because it is a cracking little radio. It does sound very nice. Be careful that I get these first time. If you slip once with these, you'll take the head off because they're rusty. So you need to make sure you've got a good grip on the screw before you try turning it. So that one's a bit dodgy, so I'm going to get a little screwdriver and just clean up the head of that one first. Just get the rust out so the screwdriver bite. If I didn't do that, then I'd likely round the head off. In fact, I'll do, well, that one I can't even see a head on that one, it's so rusted. You can drill these out, but it's a messy job. It usually makes a bit of a mess of the case. So Shaun's back now from his comfort break. We'll just get this hinge off. I'm just getting this hinge off, Shaun, at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just going to pause and read the chat for a bit, if that's alright.
Yeah, no, you can do what you want, mate. Do what you want. So it's good of Shaun to come down and see us, to be fair, because how long was the journey, Shaun?
7 hours.
7 hours?
Yeah.
That's a hell of a journey, isn't it?
Yeah, but what a welcome. I mean, Maddie and Coco, as well as Mrs. Radiocruncher and Mr. Radiocruncher, obviously.
Well, that one only just came out.
Looked after me. Yesterday we went out on a cider.
Our very own cider festival, I think, is we could call that.
Cider brewery tours. We did the Sanford Brewery and
Got it.
Sam cider.
Managed to get them off. That's pretty good. Good going. Okay. I just don't know what on earth I've done with that. Oh, I can see it. I can see my rust remover. Let me get the rust remover that I've got and show you. So you can see that hinge is pretty bad.
Not in shot, is it? Then?
Pardon?
Is it not in shot, the hinge?
It is now. It wasn't at the time. You'll see that jump, hopefully. Yeah, see. So yeah, this is what I bought. HG rust remover. I don't know if anybody's got any experience with that, whether it's any good or not, I do not know. So it's specially formulated for removal of rust from garden tools, garden furniture, skates, locks, nuts, bolts, tools, grills and other metal objects. So basically got to scrape a wire brush off it, dilute 1 bottle, so dilute it 1 in 5 basically, completely place the object in the solution so it's completely immersed. How long do you leave it? Leave it to rust for a small amount, leave it to rust for 10 minutes and several hours for more. So I think probably what I'll do is I'll leave this overnight in this rust stuff and see how we get on. So let me stick you back over to Shaun a minute. I'm going to go and get a little container to pour some of this rust stuff in, and we'll start derusting. So let's go over to the cave bench.
Okay, welcome back. Are we on?
I'm just going to turn your mic on.
Okay.
Just going to I'm going to mic him up.
Okay, so if we're back on, I've got in my stock another Vichy cap, which is actually a 680. So same as that. It's getting a right treat, this rubber set, isn't it? It's getting some good caps in it.
Well, they're nice. They're actually nice radios. That's exactly the same as the radio we got downstairs that we use for out in the garden.
Yeah, same colour.
Yeah, it's like a same colour, burgundy.
Good colour. So I'm just going to pop this cap back in. While it was out underneath the caps, got rid of the dust. I'm not sure how to get rid of this sort of staining on the board. It does look like something's...
Do you want a bit of isopropyl?
If you've got some, Graham, that'd be lovely.
You got some wipes there, have you?
Yeah, thank you. See if we can get that stainage off.
Probably, it could be just flux, couldn't it?
I wouldn't expect that on this side of the board though. Pop that down there. I'm sure you guys are the same. While capacitors are off and stuff, you can get to the board underneath the bits, perhaps give it a bit more life, because dust and dirt and stuff doesn't mix well with electronics really. You don't want corrosion on your board, do you? Yeah, I think we've got that off. It still feels quite sticky, to be fair. I wonder if somebody once spilt a drink down the radio, Coca-Cola or something, and it landed on this bit. It might do, because that's this side of the radio when it's in. It's got wet at some point anyway. Okay, let's pop this cap in.
I'm just going to take this downstairs, Shaun, and wire brush it off.
Okay.
Little containers to put it in, so you're on.
Okay, yeah.
You're on.
Left alone, home alone.
Home alone.
Okay, let's make a nicer job of this one. I was a bit rushing, you know, when you come doing a live stream and the pressure's a little bit on for me, because I'm not used to the surroundings. I've been here a couple of times before, but you kind of get used to your own workshop and where everything is. So when you come to an unfamiliar place, it gets a bit fingers and thumbs. You don't know where you're going. I mean, luckily with this one, I think I left it value up, because I like to do that when I'm changing capacitors. I like to leave the value up, so when the next monkey comes in here in 50 years time or whatever, if they can't get a schematic or anything, at least they can see the value of the components. Like I said before, guys, I'm missing being on the other side of the chat. It's so nice, all the stuff that we talk about and relate to. You almost become like, it's like a community of friends, isn't it? It's good. Okay, have we got that in the right way? I think so. And oh, I didn't bend that one right. Can you see that kink there? Don't like that. I'll have to pull that down a little bit so it fits better. Make a hash of it or whatever. There we go, and it goes. It still doesn't look brilliant, does it? It'll work. That's another thing. Bending over legs. I'd like to solder them in so they're pretty straight, because you know, when it's next done, if you bend them legs right over, it just makes it a pain to get out again if it wants to be serviced again. So you only like to bend them slightly so they can be easily desoldered. Okay, let's get some solder on. Soldering iron here, it's not burning any wires or anything. Heat up the work, and the solder generally follows the heat, doesn't it? Why is that not working? There we go. So what I like to do is put the soldering iron on the, if you imagine this like exploded, magnifying. So that's the, let's get some out. So that's that leg. Where it's going into the board, let's get one of these blocks, pretend that's the board. When it's going in, I like to put the soldering iron on this side of the leg and the solder on that side, and the solder gets drawn round and flows to a nice liquid, and then let it dry off at its own pace, and you don't tend to get any dry solder joints that way. That's what I found anyway. It's just like learning bits of that. I've found that off learning off other people who are far more knowledgeable than myself. But it's nice to pass on hints and tips. I can see the chat going, but I can't read it at the moment because I'm looking at this. I'll have a read in a minute. And then again, get the side snips on. Basic stuff, isn't it, this? But it has to be done if you're servicing a radio. Right, let's see if we can't get this back on. Should we test it again before we put it back on, or shall we trust it? Test or trust? What I was saying before, nice and clean that, we've got the values up, is that I was really worried, if you're ever going to do this, that these, I mean, we talk about plastic radios and we talk about the older radios being much better built, but this is plastic and they could easily, if they get brittle, they just crack, and then if they crack, you're just in a whole world of pain, aren't you, really? What do? You have to build them back up again, 3D print them, whatever. So a lot of times for me, what I've found since I started doing this hobby is not to rush things, just to sit back, weigh up the situation. What are these spacers for? Oh, they're actually, I thought they were, get them in so you can see them. I thought these spacers were solid, but they're not. They're like little rubber grommets. I should imagine that's just, what's underneath it? That's solid underneath. Do you know the hacker boards? We were talking about last week, I think, the A205s. They have like grommets and things around them, and I think that's on there. I might be wrong. I think that's on there to stop, you know, any vibration for when the radio's in operation, and it's obviously get the resonance off the speaker. Talk about speakers. Talk about, what was that hacker that it was only a medium wave and it didn't have the FM section in, an R something, and everybody raves about how good they sound as a, is it the RP37? I'm going off topic here, aren't I? Something like that, but I think it sounds better because with it having no FM section in it, you probably haven't a clue what I'm talking about, but there's more space in the case for the sound to resonate on, and I think that's why they sound better anyway. Anyway, let's see how we're going to get these on. I don't want to crack these or anything, so what I'll do, I'll get these needle nose pliers, make sure we're not burning anything here. I'll try and evenly set them down. I'd like to do it that way so you can see, but I need a flat surface, so the fuses under there. Wow, hasn't it been hot today? It's been absolutely cracking the flags in the UK. It's almost like being in the Mediterranean. It's about time we got some good weather in the UK, because it's been a long cold winter. And everything looks nicer when the sun's out, doesn't it? I think so anyway. Right, so that clip went on okay. This one isn't being as cooperative. Don't want to put too much force on.
Smells good in here, Shaun.
What does it smell of? Old radios?
No, it's that Gugon, I think.
Gugon? Are you getting high on Gugon?
It's citrusy.
Right.
I'm back.
Okay, let's switch over to your bench now, because that's pretty much done.
All fixed, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Have a look under the overhead. if you want. Oh, you haven't got space, have you?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
It's difficult for it's difficult for people to see. I've tried to keep it as neat and tidy as I can, but I ain't no expert like you, Graham.
No, I'm no expert.
Right, I'm glad you're back because I want to read up
You want to
with the chat. Yeah, I want to have a good read with the chat. Join in. Love joining in. Picture on the desk is distracting me. Andrew, that's my birthday card.
Yeah, that's Shaun's birthday card of a young gentleman with a backpack and some rather skinny shorts. That was picked out by Mrs. Cruncher. A cracking card, that. Right, let's just swap mics. There we go, that's all swapped over. Right, so I've just been out and given this a bit of a going over, so we'll get it on the overhead camera. I've given it a hit with the wire brush for now. RP37, it certainly is. So let's get the overhead camera on. So you can see it's still pretty bad, but believe me, that's come up a lot better than it was. And I've just used this wire brush on it. It's quite a fine tooth wire brush. It's got all the surface rust off of it. I had quite a lot of rust on the back here as well, but I've got most of that off. It's very stiff still, but I'm not going to do anything about that yet till I've got it in the rust remover, this stuff here. HG Garage rust remover. Whoa. With extra rust repellent effect. So I think once this stuff is on it, apparently it protects it for a long time. So it says it's got to be a 1 in 5 dilution. So this is, I'm going to struggle with this because I haven't got any measuring things. So 1 in 5 solution. So I've got a polythene bag. That's all I can think of, and some water from Mrs. Cruncher's juglet. Don't tell her she's asleep, so she can't see it. I think she is. She's down with the doggies. But that will fit in there. It's the only thing I could find because all the containers I've got are too small for that, really. Well, I've got one up there that would fit in probably, but that's too big then. So I think what I'll do is I'll pour a bit of this stuff in. Probably I'll shake a bottle. No, dilute 1 in 5. So this is always fun, isn't it? Trying to work out what 1 in 5 is. Looks the best when the garden's mowed. What are we talking about here, RV? What, the shorts? Focus is gone. Focus gone? Well, on the overhead camera, I can't get this living top off now. Why do they make these tops so they don't come off? There's usually a little tab on them, but there's not on this one. It's one of these, so you just got to poke a thing through it and oink it out. Probably caustic and it's going to burn my fingers off, isn't it? It does feel a bit funny actually. Oh yeah, acid. Okay. Best stick my finger in there a minute then. Dear oh dear, there's a picture on the bottle saying do not. So you think they make the top a bit easier to get off, wouldn't you, if it's acidic? So let's just pour a little bit of that in there. We don't need a lot because it's only a hinge. Just put the top on that. That should be enough. So what I'm going to do is stick that in there, tie the bag up very tight. Just let it sit in that. Hopefully it doesn't melt through the bag. So yeah, there's a symbol on there, look, that says acid.
Plastic bags.
Harmful as well as causes severe skin burns and eye damage. So yeah, I think we'll go back over to Shaun then. I'll go and wash my hands a minute. I'll be back.
Okay, well, Graham goes and washes his hands of all the acid stuff. What we've done, we've changed these two caps on this power supply. That's what it is, isn't it? So, what do we do next? What do you want to do next, guys? Should we have a look at the radio itself? We know it works because we put some DC up it a little bit earlier on. But we might as well, while the bottom's off, we might as well have a look at it. Now this one's got really good Rexine. It's all there. It's got its dial pointers. Sometimes they go missing a lot and they're pretty hard to get hold of. It has got all its crowns, or what do you call these? The silver crown things on the buttons. I forgot where I've put them, to be fair. Put them somewhere, didn't I? I'll have to find them and re-glue them. Shall we get it out and have a look? See what's going on there, see if we can see anything bad. Oh, what it hasn't got, just notice that now. If you look there, the aerial, that must be really wobbly. The aerial hasn't got, it's not got its screw in the bottom. It's almost come completely out. Do you know what I mean? There's on the case there's like a little kind of point to it or something. There's a little metal bracket and there's a screw that secures the aerial in there. Now it's missing on this one. I didn't see it fall out when we opened it. You guys know that I'm a Hacker fan, but these 606s, they're a lovely looking radio. Graham says they sound nice as well. So let's see how we're going to get this out of its case. Let's start with a handle. I think you push down. Oh gosh, no, that doesn't want to go. Do you pull up? Push down? Oh no, that doesn't want to go at all. In fact, looking at the handle, I think there's some grommets missing. Right. Perhaps the chassis is secured in by them screws and them brackets there, and you don't have to take the handle off. Who knows? Let's undo them and see. I could do with it's quite hard, this desk. I brought a towel with me. I could do with getting a towel and put it on it, because if I'm going to be getting the guts out of it, I don't want to be scratching it up. Oh, as if by magic a towel appears. Okay, thank you very much, Graham.
That's okay. Right,
So
I've got a smoother finger now than I had before, but no permanent damage, I don't think.
Okay, I'm just,
Dodgy stuff, aren't they?
oh yeah, the handle, it's quite stiffy.
Whoa!
Oh, wreck the place. Get the mallet.
You don't want to bang stuff because you've got.
Okay, I'll have to put it on my lap.
You've got side of balance in there as well.
Yeah, I'll have to put it on my lap because that handle really does not want to come off. Come off that side. Brutal. Jesus Christ.
You can't get the handle off. She's breaking up.
Okay, expert needed.
Let's put that one back on in a minute.
I've passed it over to Graham. That was hard, wasn't it?
Mm.
Jesus.
Cool.
Right, thank you. I did have to hand it over to Graham though, because you know what I'm like, guys. I'd have just got a hammer on it and just smashed it off. I get quite impatient with stuff like that, but that handle did not want to come off.
You're doing a fine job, apparently, Shaun.
Up until that point. Sorry if you had headphones on as well, because I did give it a good talk.
Did he trying to trash my bench? Well, it's not my bench, it's my computer desk.
Right, so...
Any dents will be paid for, Shaun, yeah?
Yeah, of course they will.
Yeah.
So these screws aren't even... They're not even tight. I would have expected them... Let me show you what I'm doing. I don't think they're even screwed in all the way. They're just finger. I would have expected them to be tighter, but they weren't. Okay, let's see if the chassis comes out now. Let's see what I'm doing. No, it won't come out because it's got these screws on the edges here that need to come out.
I think I'm going to take this. What can I do with this? I think I'm going to put it in a plastic container. I found another one here.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that bag.
Yeah, I'm not liking it.
So that's one of the screws out there. I so wish I'd have brought my mallet now. It's never Hacker radios that need a mallet, it's always Roberts radios. Sorry to all the Roberts fans out there, but you do know I'm a Hacker boy. Okay, let's see if we can get the thing out. Try to do it so you can... Oh, this one came out easy. Ish. Oh, Jesus. Right, so what's holding it in now is just the speaker wire. The trims fell off and there's a speaker wire. So I'm going to try and remember that green went to the base of the case. Can you see what I'm doing? So the green wire went to the base, the red wire goes to the top. Okay, let's unplug them. The reason I'm doing that, I never used to care so much about putting, because they're mono, putting the speaker wires on the right way round, but even a single speaker, they have a polarity, don't they? Now there is a way of testing it, I think, where you watch the cone go a certain way if you put a certain current on it. But again, I'm still a novice me. I'm not too sure on how all that works. So I'll just try to remember that the green wire goes at the bottom. Right, now this radio works. So what I'm going to do is basically just clean all the dust out first of all. Might not show up on the camera, but this thing is reet dusty.
So I'm going to take this downstairs and leave it outside, Shaun.
Okay.
Just in case it does eat through the bag. So I'll leave you with Shaun again for a minute.
Okay. You're having a day off today, really, aren't you?
Lovely, isn't it? Lovely. No, we'll catch up with the chat in a minute.
So I'm just getting all the dust out of it, and I'm gonna. Oh, before you go, Graham, have you got? I'm on the cadge again because I'm not in the Mancave Workshop. Have you got any switch cleaner? Electrical cleaner?
Switch cleaner?
Yeah. Any? Not that really expensive stuff.
I ain't got any of that left anyway.
WD-40 will do for me.
Oh no.
I don't mind it. Yeah, I know people turn. I'm sure my subscribers are dropping off one by one when I say I don't mind using GT85 or WD-40 on switches or potentiometers.
Just a loose cannon.
I know you disagree, but I don't see a problem with it. I've used it before and I've not had any
Do make
issues.
a specific contact cleaner, but WD-40 in itself is...
It's fish oil, and there's no problem with it. Seriously, I don't have a problem with using WD-40 on switches.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah, no subscribers left to my channel.
Okay, man.
He uses WD-40 on switches. Take him out the yard.
He is the offender.
Take him out the yard and shoot
I've
him.
got some, Shaun, but I can't find the straw again as usual. Straw-free zone here, isn't it?
Okay. There's a straw on that other aerosol can there. Could I nip
Well,
that
that's
off that?
got some graphite oil in it, but that should be fine. It'll clean it.
Okay.
Give it a squirt onto some cloth first.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Give it a squirt onto that first.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let me go and take this down out of the way.
It doesn't fit. Oh no, it does fit.
Yeah, these should both fit.
Oh yeah, it's Super 10. This is good stuff actually, isn't it? It's alright. What's that really expensive stuff called, Graham, before you go? Deoxit, yeah. It's like £5 a press. So looking at this now, I've never seen inside this before. It's got a module in it, and it must be the FM module, is it? It's, let me get it so you can see it. It's an LP 1412. It says 01750. Let's get these switches clean. Or should we just put the radio on one side and have a chat? Sunday afternoon, eh? I better do some work, can't I? Because when he comes back, he won't be happy if I've just sat chatting to you guys. Let's get some squirty done. So the switch bank in this are them white things there connected to the switches. And what I want to do is squirt the stuff down and use them like piano keys. Joe, we could put this radio on one side, just go down the pub. Beer garden today, it'd be fantastic. Perhaps when the sun goes down, shoot a bit of pool, play some darts, put the world to rights. One life, live it. But instead, let's play with these old radios instead. Just working that all the way through there. A bit more down it. So if you was using that deoxit, that would be about £30 worth, £30 sterling worth of juice gone in there. If you're using WD-40, probably about 2 pence, or GT85, probably about a penny and a half. Okay, so what else have we got? What else can we lube? We've got the on-off potentiometer there, volume. Is there any gaps? I'm trying to hold it steady. I'm looking for any gaps where I can squirt stuff down.
I'm back.
I can't see any holes in that potentiometer, so I don't think we can. It's fairly free anyway. Where?
Where the tabs are. You have to go in from.
It looks pretty sealed to me.
No, it's not.
Alright.
Can you see it? Can you see what I'm saying?
There.
No. In through there.
Alright, okay, yeah.
See it?
Yeah, it's
got it.
blimey, that's tiny. It's tiny. Alright, let's get that in there. Give that a swirl. Twirl. I'm not going to recap this, by the way. I'm just going to use it as it is.
Jared said speaker polarity tested with a 1.5 volt battery.
Yeah, I was talking about that before, and saying that when you unplug the wires, I never thought it was important to make sure you put them out back the right way, unless it was a stereo radio, but even on monos they have got polarity. Look at the fluff in this potentiometer here. If I hold it up close for you, that's proper dirty. That you see there.
Lower. There you go.
You see there. So I'm gonna get a brush on that, get all that fluff out, and what's the word? Verdigris. What is the word?
What, verdigris?
Yeah, verdigris. That's it. Yeah.
That's copper corrosion, really, but I just like the word.
And there's again, so I know where to hold it now, so you guys can see it. I'm just going to squirt some of that cleaner down there. Get it on.
Squirting all my computer screens here and my desk.
I'll wipe them over after.
He's a beast.
Well, you invited me.
What do you think I took your squirter away?
Thing is, with a bench or a radio room, if it's all nice, clean and tidy, there ain't much going on. So this, so that was the treble, and we had access to it through there on the base. Turn the chassis round. There's access on the other side. I don't know if you can see that. Am I holding it in the right spot? We're gonna get a bit of cleaner down there.
I'm just cleaning my bench at the moment because I've got all nastiness all over it.
That acid.
Well, I took the lid off and it was on the bench, so I thought I'd just give it a clean off. There's no me, I'll stick my arm in it and burn a hole in my arm, so I don't want to be doing that.
Just in your absentee, Graham, there's this FM module in here is an LP1412. Have you ever done one of them or had one fail?
I
Or
think they've got lock fits in them.
So
there's no AF117s or anything like that.
So
I don't know if there's electrolytics in it or not.
okay.
I
So they're fairly reliable.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had one fail, put it that way.
Okay. On this, the dial code seems right, but perhaps we should, while it's here, perhaps we should take the face off it and clean underneath. Well, that means getting the knobs off. Let's see if they're going to play. I'll turn it round so you can see it.
Multiple cameras going now. I'm just going to take the board out of this one. So you carry on, Shaun.
Okay. The knobs are being kind to me.
Cheers, Rob. Rob's just given us a super chat saying great
Oh.
job, Shaun.
Thanks, Rob. Harvey saying, "Ooh, mucky devil." So let's get this. How do we get the dial face off this? Because that looks fixed there where the dial pointers are.
I think you just got to take the knobs off and prise it
Up,
one
yeah.
side and then lift it out of the other. If you not slide it out from in underneath.
Oh, it's coming. It's tricky. Don't want to get any stress marks on it or anything, or cracks. There we go. Yep. It's always good to have you around, Graham, with your knowledge. That would have took me about half an hour to suss out before, if you wasn't here, because I'd be really scared of breaking something.
As I say, I think the last time I've done, well, no, I've done Castor, that's why I did that one for Mrs. Cruncher. It was originally for the lounge.
Okay.
Because it matched the colour of the fireplace. But then it migrated.
I think they are a radio worthy of servicing and keeping going.
Oh, they do sound right.
They sound good, do they?
Yeah.
Just sort of looking at the build quality of it, it's one of Robert's better efforts. Get all that clean. Could I borrow your oil needle thingy again?
Yes.
Thank you.
Asked nicely. You didn't say please though.
I was just about to.
Do you want me to inject you in the back with oil?
Yeah.
Oil the joints up a bit.
Well, what I'm going to do is just put a little tiny drop, not on the string. You don't want it on. You don't want it on the pulleys. You want it on the pulley pivots, the pulley axles.
Not poly pockets, pulley pivots.
Yeah, just a tiny drop on each will help.
I suppose I should have checked this radio works before I pull it all to pieces, didn't I? Let's just do that again.
And then let's pop the sheath on the end of the needle and wipe the excess off. And then we'll work that thin oil. It's like It's not like sewing machine oil. Let's work that in.
Still works.
Sounds good, that. Very nice.
It's a Hacker.
Is that your radio, Graham?
It is at the moment, but it is spoken for.
Oh right, somebody's going to get a nice radio there. I had a look at it before, and it's lovely. Okay, let's get the dial face back on. Now we're all clean and oiled, lubed. Oh, it won't go back on, will it? Will it, heck? It's going to be a pain. It's going to put up a fight. It's going to end up with a cracked dial face. Oh, it came off so easy. Let's give it a wipe first. That's why it doesn't want to go back on it, because it hasn't had a wipe. Nope, still don't want to go on. Why did it take it off? Easy taking things to bits, but very difficult putting them back together. That's tight, that is tight to get in. Perhaps we'll pull the aerial down out of the way. Make it a bit easier. Oh, come on.
Is that your power supply?
Nope.
What's that? Next one.
So what we're up against here, there's little... Show you what I'm trying to do. There are little pieces of metal on here. Can we see that? I'm trying to get the edge of that dial plate caught in there, but then clear the buttons. And it came off, so it's got to go back on, hasn't it?
Whee!
But
Thank you, Rob. Rob's just given us a €50 super chat and said that his R606 MB is green.
oh, nice colour, Rob.
I do like the green one.
What I'm going to do is take these dial pointers off, because we want a bit more clearance to get dial face back on. Okay.
We just doing a bit of servicing, are you?
Sorry?
Bit of servicing, boy?
Yeah, just general servicing, but just getting the okay. So because, let's take it off again, because then the dial pointers just didn't give it enough clearance to go back on easily, so when you take them off it goes on easy peasy then. So I bet that's the sequence. You put that dial face on first and then put the dial pointers on after. Which really could do with a clean. They're not perfect.
So I'm just messing with the Hacker board at the moment. So we've got some capacitors to do at 1, 2, 3. And one rather awkward one right in underneath there, which is going to be a bit awkward to get that. I might need. No, I can do that one. So just fired the desoldering tool up. So I'm going to whop them out now. And we'll give them a go on the old ESR meter in a bit. Are you doing any recapping there, Shaun, or are you just going to leave that as is, the rest of the board?
I'm leaving the rest of the board as is.
Right on.
It will get done at a later date, but what time is it now? 2 hours to recap a board? Might do it. 2 hours left. But I have brought another radio that I'd like to have a look at as well.
You brought another one?
Yeah. Well, I brought Double Trouble today.
Double Trouble.
And this one I thought it'd take about half an hour. Of course, 2 hours later, we're still on it.
To go through and test it, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just to make make sure that all the parts were working before you put power on it.
Okay, so dial face first, dial pointers second, if you're ever going to put one of these back together. Right, what did we need to do to it? The buttons, they're pretty clean actually. Usually you get all the muck and dirt in them, but these are acceptable. But what isn't acceptable is the shiny tops, the crowns. So we're going to put a little bit of Gorilla Glue, PVA glue on there, and pop them back on. I'm not going to get... I suppose there's several ways you could go about this. That you could use hot glue, you could use super glue if you a total never want them to come off again. I like PVA glue in these situations because I know that at a later date what you can do, you can always release PVA glue, but other glues, they're like too permanent, and it makes it very difficult if anybody wanted to take them off again. Not that I can see a reason you would with these. Make it hard work, wouldn't it? If you use something like epoxy resin and glue things together. Whereas in some cases you do need that because you need the strength. But these crowns, these sort of chrome tops, I don't think it needs anything more than PVA glue. You often see Roberts radios on eBay and they're often missing these tops, so it's nice to see that this one's still got them all. Right, okay. I'm actually going to go and stretch my legs for a minute. I'm cramped up in this stool, so I'm going to have 2 minutes away and leave you with Graham for
Home Alone.
a minute. Yeah, I'm getting cramped up. Need to stretch.
Yeah, it's not the greatest of chairs, that one.
No.
Well, Shaun's just gone for a quick break. 45 minutes. I think he's going to have a run around the house naked again. He always does that. I don't know what's the matter with him. Right. I can't see what that capacitor is. So I'm just in the process of recapping this. This is the FM IF board here. So you can see I've just taken C16 off, which is a 250 microfarad. So I'm just putting in a 220 in place of it. I don't know what the later ones had. They might have even had a 330. I don't know whether a 330 would be better than a 220. Really, it's always a bit of a guessing game. That now I've got a 6.8 cap there to do, but I'm sure I ordered some 6.8s in. Just got to try and find them. I had a bit of a tidy up to get Shaun in here today. Hopefully that's a 6.8, and I believe it is. Fresh inlet, CPC. Sure, I had a couple packs of these, but yeah, 6U8. So we want a 6.8. So what do you reckon? 220 or 330 for in place of a 250? Any takers? Ivan, how are you, mate? You wouldn't trust your radio to this guy. Which one, Ivan? Me or Shaun? Right, let's pop this one. I'm still tempted to go for a 330 here on this one, you know. Yeah, I agree there. I'm going with a 220 because it is a little bit closer. We can see what it reads. So this is the 220. So it's reading 212, so it's actually lower. I do find that these that these axials don't tend to read what's actually printed on them. Someone did say they reform when you put them in circuit, and they then reach their correct rating. Let's try a 330, see what that reads. You know, the rule of thumb was always to go slightly higher in capacitance rather than lower, but you watch a 330, or will it read more like 400 now, I expect? Yeah, look at that, 442. What do you do, eh? Probably better to put the 220 in. Once it reforms, it should achieve its for the WT40 haters. Shaun, thank you, mate. Where are you? He must be gone for a sleep. He's gone for a sleep. Right, that's those three. I can't quite see what the last one is, and I put the service manual back the other day. Where's me goggles? Where's me eyes? Right, Shaun, thank you for the super chat, mate.
For all the WD-40 haters.
Yeah. Right, let me just have a look, see what's...
Yeah, sorry about that, Joe.
That's another 2.5 in there, so I'm going to stick another 3.3. Right, that's my caps. That's the caps I need. Hopefully the guys down at the NVCF have had a good day today. I'm sure we'll get to see what they've picked up.
Oh, went a few years ago.
Well, Retro Tech, isn't it? It's called now.
Yeah, it went a few years ago. So it's the biggest, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very good. Well, we went together, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was good.
The trip to Bristol. Oh, don't tell me about that, Rich. Unfortunately, the garage up there is being a pain in the backside at the moment. They really are not doing themselves any favours. We were supposed to collected Mrs. Cruncher's car not today, last Sunday, and it wasn't ready. They then said it'll be ready this Sunday, so Mrs. Cruncher rung them, and it's not ready this Sunday, but they think it'll be ready Monday. We just tried to ring them to get confirmation for Monday, and they can't get hold of the guy, and he doesn't really work on a Monday, so it's not looking good at the moment. Mrs. Cruncher's quite she hasn't sort of said it, but I can see she's a little bit upset about it, really. Because it is her car, and she's been looking forward to it for ages now. So it's going to be, I reckon it's going to be the best part of a month before we're going to see this car. And we put a £1,000 deposit on it as well. So we've had our £1,000 for a month, and we've got absolutely nothing at the moment to show for it. It's not a good experience at the moment. You know, I understand they had some issues because there was a couple bank holidays in between, but to be fair, they've had a long time to do it. It's only a case of putting it through MOT service. and then hand it over to us, but it appears to be taking them an awful long time. So yeah, that's the situation, Rich, at the moment. Okay, that's the first one done, nice and neat. Let's get the 6.4 out. I'm going to put 6.8 back. What's that short over there? He's doing a bit of cleaning up of the case.
Okay, I'm watching you recap that while I just clean it up and then get back to this in a bit when you've done that. Good work, by the way.
Cheers, mate. As I say, this is going out to a customer, so I'm just changing the caps. Just doing a blanket change of them, just to give the radio a bit longer lifetime. They might last forever, but unlikely. And we'll check the ones that come out in a minute, just to see what sort of state they're in.
What's Harvey saying there? Oh, at Harvey, it's a bit. I have to hide that, unfortunately.
What's that? What's Harvey?
It's alright, he's just expressing himself.
Who, Harvey?
Yeah.
Which one?
ZX.
Was he?
Yeah, he's just expressing himself, and he knows that certain words aren't allowed. And,
That's naughty, Harvey.
ZX, he
Bad
knows
toad.
We all love him and enjoy him coming on, but you can't say things like that. Perhaps if we went down the pub, Harvey, we could have a right good chat. You just can't say it on the live stream.
I missed out on that, Shaun.
It's there. I think another moderator handled it. Now, tell you what, it's nice to have you moderators on.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Harvey, totally agree, mate.
Yeah, me too, but you just can't say it on the chat, can you?
I don't know why you got that up on your chat and it didn't come up on mine. That's a bit bizarre, that.
Yeah, you said that last week. There was a guy.
Well, perhaps they're not worrying me with it now. They're just letting the moderators worry about it. Yeah, strange.
I didn't handle that. Another moderator handled it.
Yeah. Well, perhaps I need to become a moderator on my channel so as I can moderate things.
Yeah, that'd help. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny when we talk about that. I hate having to. I mean, I had to time somebody out. I think since the live stream started, I've only timed 2 people out for just using foul language. and I get the foul language, and I get it's not directed at people. It's just using expression, which we all do. But you just can't do it on the live stream. It is against the rules.
Harvey was playing with the spelling, I think, there.
Yeah, of course he was, yeah.
He's a clever chap, Harvey. We got you though, Harvey. We understand what you mean, and I totally agree, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too.
They're a bunch of grabbing gits. The annoying part is that the deposit is non-refundable. So, you know, what we ought to have done is just said, sod you, we'll go elsewhere. But being that we've got a non-refundable deposit we paid them, what we don't want to be doing is getting into any legal wranglings to try and get our deposit back. So it's a shame, because Mrs. Cruncher no longer has a car because the other car is actually broken down and it's beyond economical repair. So we're in the lurch. Luckily our local garage has come up trumps and lent us a car, but that's not on permanent loan. He's going to need it for other customers that are having servicing work done. So not only are we in the lurch, now our local garage, who's been really good to us, is in the lurch as well. So it's not good. Certainly can't really recommend them on the back of this at the moment, but they might. It might all come good in the end. I don't know. I'm just not convinced, Rich. Right.
Of course it's alright, Joe. So flipping heck.
So what we've got in there, that is a 2.5, so I'm going to stick a 3.3 in there because I ain't got any 2.2s. So that's 2 down, 2 to go. And then we'll have a look to see if it was worth changing them. Well, they were going to be changed anyway, because I say it's a customer's radio.
Stop it, Harvey. You play with words. It does make me laugh, actually. I do like Harvey's sense of humour. Great.
Is he doing it again, that Harvey?
No, he's been good, he's been nice.
Harvey's always good.
He's funny, very funny.
Winter Garden. Bar stewards. Yeah. I don't know why that is, Rob. Don't worry, mate, you've sent lots, so thank you very much. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Anthony. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Anthony. I agree. I think probably if they do mess us about any more, then perhaps we will take them to task on it. I know Mrs. Cruncher's going to be ringing up tomorrow and having some firm chat with them, shall we say. I don't think she's going to be... We've been very polite to them, to be honest. You know, we know that it was the bank holiday and all the rest of it. But, you know, it starts becoming a time when they start taking the mick, and I think they're now taking the mick. So, as I say, it is about 2.5 hour drive for us to get up there, so we don't want to be driving up there if it's not ready or there's something wrong with it. So I think they're probably extra cautious, maybe. I don't know. It doesn't do us any favours, really, does it?
I think you proved your point now, Harvey. Flipping it, stop it. Too far, too far.
Harvey, are you being a bad toad? Right, so what's that one? Another 2.5. Okay, that one's a bit tricky to get out. See if I can get another one in. It's right underneath this this board here, you see. So we got this FM front end, and underneath it is the other capacitor. I can't get that in with my fingers, I don't think. I'm going to have to use the forceps. Use the forceps.
A forceps delivery.
A forceps insertion.
See, it's Harvey's fault. He's got us on that train now, hasn't he?
Harvey's lowered the tone. What's he been saying? Very good, Harvey, yeah. Cheers, Aaron. Catch you soon, mate.
Catch you.
It's off to play Grand Theft Auto.
That's quite an old... Is that the best-selling video game of all time?
Well, I know when it first came out, it was mega, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's quite an old game now, but still...
But they keep bringing out new versions of it, though, Shaun, I think.
Update it. I think they're going to bring out a 6, but it takes them 10 years or something to develop it and make it. Is it a company called Rockstar that do it?
I think so, something like that, yeah.
How's the capping going?
Done. I'm just going to clip that off. We'll have a look at the board. So we've got two there. Little sneaky one in there. And one up in underneath there that you can't quite see. If I come over this way a bit with the light, you might just about see it. Not really. Oh, he is in there somewhere. There he is.
Oh, you put nice caps in there as well.
Yeah, we'll say it is being sold as restored, so right, let's do the caps and let's have a look, see if they were worth doing. So there's only 4 of them.
Was it bingo?
Bingo.
I'll put these in as well and see
Bingo.
if people remember the values of them.
Alright. Let's leave them there. That's the 2 that come out your power supply, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. What have we got then? Let's do the big one first then, which is 250 microfarads. So what do you think that's going to come out at? 250 microfarads, and it's rated at 16 volts.
What do you think? What are you going for, Graham? Go on, you got to join in.
Well, I reckon it's probably gone up to about 380, I'm going to go with.
380. I'll go... Well, let's see what the guys say first. What was it? What was the original value?
250.
250, I think.
You'll have to log off, Rob, and log back on again, mate, I expect. Restart. So Chris is saying 399. Harvey's saying something about his souls.
Yeah. Derek's saying 361.
290.
Joe saying 290. Oh, Chris is saying
300.
300. Nancy saying 374. Retro Tech. Do you know the guy's name, Retro?
Christoph
saying 324. Thomas is saying 267. Multi is saying 410. Robert Head saying 270. David Roberts is on 367.
We're going with the Abbott. The Abbott's going in on a Sunday lunchtime drinking.
Here we go.
Abbott in. Abbott is going in.
Is saying 316.
Still going, okay.
What did you say, Graham? 380?
380, I thought.
380.
Was it guess? It might be bang on, actually. Sometimes these are either good or bad, they tend to be. There's not much of an in-between.
Benji's saying 275. So it's lower. What was it? Was it a bit?
250.
250, alright, okay.
Cheers, everybody. Shaun's still going low on his cider. He is drinking the General, though, which is a pretty potent cider, shall we say. Right, are we all done? Let's do it then. 320. 320.
Who's closest? Oh, we got Christoph at 324.
316.
Oh, is that?
Well,
that's evens, isn't it? Either way.
Well, it's 0.2. 320.2. This is going to be the higher one, isn't it?
So it'd be Retro Tech. Christoph then.
Just.
Yeah. Well done, mate.
By 0.8. John, it is a good one, mate.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Job done. Well done, Christoph. Right, next up we've got 6.4, I believe. If I can find it. 2.5. 6.4. 6.4 next then. So that one had gone pretty high, hadn't it? Because it was a 250. You know, it's on its way out.
Yeah. PSI was high as well, wasn't it?
I didn't look. Might have to do that one again.
Do you understand? I don't understand what is equivalent series resistance.
What's the resistance of the capacitor? So the higher the resistance. If it has a very high resistance, it's obviously a resistor, not a capacitor. So it's short.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So the more they age, the more short they go.
And
so eventually it would just short out. Yeah.
Or short
Yeah,
out,
just short out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a breakdown probably of the what do they call the material in between? It's not electrolyte, it's I don't know, but the insulating layer.
Yeah, deteriorates. Okay, we've got Anthony at 11. Christoph is at 7.1. David Roberts at 10.6. Andy B. Right, Andy. He's at 7.5. Chris Millick's at 12. Timothy Can is at 8.2. Oh, Timothy Can said, it's a dielectric. Yes, that's right.
Dielectric, that's it. Yeah. Well done.
Any more takers? Oh, Malt's in at 9.6.
Yeah. Dielectric, you're right, yeah. Let's go and check my hinge in a minute as well. See what's cooking outside.
Bubbling.
Yeah. Benji's in at 11. Let's push your button then. Ooh. That wasn't a good noise. So it's 6.82. But we've got an ESR of 5, which is pretty high. It is a lower value cap, so definitely time for change use. Who has closest to 6.82 then?
Getting an Andy B, was it? No, hang on. Christoph was at 7.1. Is he going for the double?
Has he done the double? Christoph's done the double.
He's done the double. Get in.
Well done, Christoph. Well done, right, okay. 2.5. 2.5s. Yeah, usually when the ESR meter makes that funny noise, it means it's bad. Even though on some charts they show us not too bad.
What? Why was Christoph?
Probably caps. Yeah, caps.
Oh, no.
Sorry about that, Christoph, but you'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah, if you type multiple caps, it will kick you out momentarily. Well done, Christoph. We'll see you very shortly, mate. We'll wait for Christoph to come back before we push the button.
Yeah, he might do the triple.
Do the triple, yeah. You could do the quadruple.
2 minutes. What should we do for 2 minutes while we wait?
I don't know. I'm trying to think what else I've got to do to this board. I don't think there's a lot else I've got to do to it, really. Oh, to try and get that R off, really, didn't I? But yeah, still a bit of muck on this. Now it's settled. Now it's dried. You can still see the tape mark. I thought that got it off, but it looked okay when it's wet, but needs to do a bit more on that.
Yeah, only a little bit, isn't it? So the secret engineer is saying the dielectric on some caps is the same stuff that piezo buzzers are made of. Thus why some caps sing.
Okay.
There's other caps to do. Let's do this one, and then Christoph can have a go on the next one to get his triple.
Are you being impatient?
Yeah, I'm a very impatient man sometimes. I want it to happen yesterday.
Yeah. We'll send you up to the garage to find out what's wrong with Mrs. Cruncher's car then. Why they haven't got it yet.
I'm passing that way tomorrow if you want me to call.
Yeah. Gonna Mancave them right up.
Yeah. Oh, he's back. He's back.
You're back, Christoph.
Keep your caps off. Keep your caps off.
Yeah, some caps.
2.74.
Let's do it then. Ooh, that one's bad. 2.88. Chris Milky's 2.8.
Yeah.
Gotta be. Oh, hang on. Multi 2.9. That's closer.
Oh, maths in the head. Yeah. Multi.
Multi.
Multi. Multi.
Well done, Multi. 0.2 out. Okay, and the last one off of this radio then. So that one was a bit too high ESR.
So
another 2.5.
Christoph could still get a triple, but he won't get a hat
could.
trick.
He's in the lead at the moment.
He's out of the game for hat
He's in the lead. He's in the lead. He could get the triple.
Could.
So another 2.5.
Anthony's going straight in there. No hesitation from Anthony. He's in at 3.
In at 3.
Yeah. An honest 3. Derek Cooper's in at 2.9. Timothy Can's in at 3.2.
Yeah.
Chris is in at 2.88.
Oof. He's going bang on the other cap. Unless I've made a mistake and put the old one back on again.
Christoph's in at 2.95. David Roberts back in the game at 2.75. Thomas is in at 2.6.
Welcome, Thomas. I don't think I said hello earlier.
Joe's in at 3.25.
Got a few takers.
You can feel the determination. One's going to win.
The tension.
There's a lucky winner. Maltz is in at 2.86.
The tension.
Is that all the takers done?
Is that everybody? Are we going to push the button? I haven't seen Benji. Are you all done? Let's push it. Let's push it, shall we? Ooh, that was even worse. 2.49, but 6.6 ohms.
Wow, that's high.
Yeah.
2.49, so that is...
So 2.5 would be nearest, or thereabouts. No, we haven't got any 2.8 and 2.6. 2.6 is going to be the closest. Thomas Kitts. Well done, Thomas. Yuck.
Yeah, it is. The ESR is...
Yeah, it's not very good, is it? There you are. But it was working, wasn't it? Maybe it wasn't working as good as it could have been. I don't know. I'm just trying to think what else I've got to do to this radio. So I just looked at the back. Now it's dried. And it is a lot better, but there's still... Just trying to see if I can get it in the light correctly. There is still some...
Slight residue.
Slight residue. So I might go with Benji's suggestion next.
You know, saying that, Graham, when you actually see it in the flesh, that is a clean hacker. That's really nice.
It is pretty tiny. I'm just trying to see if I can...
Tiny thing.
I can just about see it on the overhead camera, look. Just about see it down there. It's a lot better than it was, but you can still see there's a bit of residue there. And if we go up to the top, there's a little bit up in this corner up here. So I think what we'll do is try the old... try to see if I can get it in so you can see it. That's a bit better. We'll try the lighter fluid method. So we've just got some clipper. Gasolina para encartonada. That's what it says, isn't it? So what is it they put in this stuff? I can't remember what it's called now. There is an active ingredient in there. Is it benzene or something like that? I don't know. So let's put a little bit of that on there. Just let that settle in.
Oh, Robert, you must have had your caps locked, mate.
Yeah, you've been timed out, Rob. Your caps lock's not working. Let's give that a little bit of a agitation, see if that's got it off. Oh, I think that has, you know. That seemed to go as soon as I hit that. Just let that dry out. I'll do this one as well on the bottom here. I think what it was, Joe, is someone had stuck tape on it to hold the grill in place, possibly when they were gluing it back together. And they've just, they probably used duct tape or something like that, which just leaves a horrible sticky white residue on it. Oh. So that's it. Let's see if that's going to go. Seen another bit up the top there that I missed just now. Let's just give that a go as well. I'm going to go right the way down through it now because this seems to be getting it off the best. Better than Goo Gone. Did I leave the Goo Gone on long enough? Goo Gone on long? I don't know. So I've just basically hit the whole lot of it now. So I'm going to do the whole lot with the lighter fluid. So it's good for getting sticky stuff off. I think that's got it, you know. I think we're there.
Is the grill solid?
Yes, it is.
They're nice, the white grills, aren't they? Especially against the blue.
Yeah, sorry, Rob, you got timed out because you had caps on, so we didn't forget about you, but you saying you were closest, do you think, do you? Well, I think that's got it now. I think that's got it, don't you?
Yeah, it looks lovely. Really good.
Yeah, I think that's got it. Yep, happy with that. I've got to get these nasty labels off here, but they've just gone to powder that. Yuck. What do you suggest to get that R off then, Shaun? Because we've still got this yellow R here.
Is there an R inside the case?
Yeah, there is. It's sort of, yeah, it's a bit of its history, I suppose.
Yeah, leave it.
Somebody somewhere will know what that meant to somebody. So I'm just scraping this old decomposed foam pad off. All we're left with is the sticky glue then underneath. So you've pretty much done with that one, Shaun. Did you put it back together, or have you just left it?
I've been watching what you're doing.
All right.
I've got a few bits to do on it.
All right.
I was just waiting for while you go and collect the hinge.
Yeah, I should go down and see what's going on with that one in a minute.
I'll carry on.
Let's do this one as well. Just gone to powder this. As soon as you touch it, it just disintegrates. Yeah, interesting to see whether that's done anything to that hinge. It's been in there. Well, it must have been about 45 minutes now, hasn't it, since I did that? What do you say, Shaun? Since I immersed the hinge.
For 4:40. Yeah.
Got to be 45 minutes, isn't it? Right. Maybe the Army's Radiocruncher it could do. It could have been destined for me, Chris.
You okay, Danish?
Hi, Danish. How are you? Aromatic solvents, yeah. You gotta love them. Can I pinch the isopropyl back, please, Shaun? So what I tend to do with these is I give them a squirt of isopropyl, let it soak in, and then just give them a going over with a, well, normally I give them a going over with a wire brush, but I don't know where my little wire brush has gone. So I'll have to use the old anti-static brush. Don't worry, Rob. Don't worry, mate. You'll need to probably log out and log back in again to enable it. I don't know why you've been blocked. So let's see if that's gonna... No, it's not getting it off. I usually use a wire brush and it does get it out quite good, but I don't... Should I use my big wire brush? I could do, couldn't I? It's got a bit of rust on it maybe though. No, I'm not doing it this time. Extra sticky. Let's try the old, what's the name on it? The old lighter fluid then. Ah, see, that's better. Yep, that'll do us. Clean it off with a bit of isopropyl to get rid of the residue. That's ready for some new sticky pads. I won't stick them on until I've actually fixed. Well, shall I? No, I will do them now. Let me find my sticky pads. This is when we have an avalanche of stuff comes down on my head now. Yep. Ugh. I'm starting to get a little bit low on these, but that's the ones there. I must order some more in. I thought that was Mrs. Cruncher then.
Just getting another pint of the general cider. Lovely day.
One. And the other one. I've just stuck them back in exactly the same place. They're exactly the same size. I think it's 25mm inch It's the size of them. Just get the old calipers just to double check for you. Maybe they're slightly bigger than 25. Yeah, it looks like they're about 26 mil. According to that, see if we can get one on its own here. Yeah, I would say they're 26 mil, but they're probably imperial. What's that in inches then? 1.029 inches. So it's an inch in it, 25 mil, really. Thanks, Rob. All you need to do is restart, mate, and you'll be fine, so don't worry too much. Just restart. I keep telling you to restart, but I don't know if you're hearing me. Okay. So the only other thing I've got to do is glue this back. You had some of that Gorilla there, Shaun, didn't you?
Yep. There you go.
Oh, have you used it on your top shed or not?
Yeah.
All right. Let's get me glue brush then. If I've got one, yeah, I have. Here we go. So a dip in Shaun's pot. There we go. Just wait. So I've got some Gorilla glue now, so I'm just going to stick that back down as well. So this stuff does act like contact adhesive as well. So if you just fold that down, just to get a bit of glue on it, peel it back up again, just let it go tacky. It's like contact adhesive. Right, we're going back to the cave bench. Back on the cave bench.
Okay, well, with I've been watching what Graham's doing there. Fantastic job. Them, I think that them white battery pads look really good on the radio. The diameter of them it is good. It's the thickness. You don't want them because the new PP9 batteries they're a bit bigger than the older ones, but I think you've got the thickness of them just bang on as well.
Yeah, I mean the original ones would have been a softer foam material, but these do work fine with the modern batteries.
Yeah. So while you let that go tacky, here's what I've been doing, guys, in the background. I pulled the transformer out because, as you can see behind it, this is the Roberts 606. There's loads of muck, so I thought might as well clean that out. No, well, it's all open. It's just basically cleaning exercise, service, call it whatever you like, just to clean it up while it's all out of its case. Then when you put it back together, you know you've left no stone unturned. The transformer's held in by these two screws here, and behind them they've got these clips, rather than being a nut behind them. So they came off really easy. To get them back on might be a bit more tricky. Usually the case, isn't it, when you're doing this stuff? So I'm just going to hold them in place with my thumb. Get a Phillips or Posi screwdriver. I don't know what they call them. Are they Phillips heads, or is that a brand? Or are they Posi screwdrivers? I don't know if I'm in shot here still. I better bring it over here a bit so you can see what's going on. And they sort of, the clips behind them, they're like, they're they don't have a thread, but they latch onto the thread of the screw, and they're then sprung, so they sort of hold it in place, not under brute tension, just under like a spring sort of force. I'm learning all this as I go along. I've never worked on this particular this model before. What I am going to do after that is look at the antenna or aerial. Just getting them back in. This one's been a bit of a fiddle. As you can see, they're back in. Don't know if I got them the right way round. I think that's how they went. So we know all the dust and that's clean on this side of the radio, which is the power supply bit. Now the antenna or aerial, I'm going to ask Graham the famous question: have you got any WD-40?
Yes.
Could I use some of your WD-40, please?
If you let me use your Gorilla Glue, I will say yes, but can you not spray it on my computer bench?
No, I won't. What we're going to do is, with the WD-40, I'm going to lubricate the aerial. And the way I'm going to do it, I ain't going to spray it all over Graham's bench. I'm going to spray some onto a cloth first, like that, so it doesn't go anywhere. And then I'm going to wipe the antenna with it, because I know Graham's a bit particular about having WD-40 in his workshop. It does have its uses though, and this is one of them.
Yeah, aerials is a good use for WD-40.
It's a good straight aerial, this, to be fair.
Well, that's me back off, glued back on.
So let's just pull that out again and look at the knuckle. You know what it's like with aerials, guys. You get a radio and it's not got an aerial. It's really, really difficult to get replacements. With the Roberts and the Hackers, you can get. I got some. If you've seen my channel, I've got some from overseas that I've used in the past, and they are good, but they don't seem to have that knuckle on the end. A 10 section aerial you can buy as a replacement, better than nothing, but an original is always best. What I tend to do at home when I'm using a radio is, instead of pulling the aerial all the way up, I'll just pull the first section up a little bit and clip a test lead onto it, and usually that's enough for the signal where I am, instead of
just going down to check the hinge.
Sorry, Greg?
Just going down to check the hinge.
Down to check your hinge.
Yeah.
I guess now, because I'm not recapping this radio, we'll put it all back together. So here's the trim. Let's get that on. Bit of a clean up, bit of a tidy up. I always, like I say, I always work within my limits and never go, push myself a little bit each time. Like today I've learnt about the transformer and all, how this works. Recapping is, you know, most people can do that, but I like to learn, and especially off you guys in the chat, because you know there's some really much more knowledgeable guys than I am out there. And while I'm live, I kind of want to thank you for all the help you've given me. The past keeps the hobby going, keeps the radios going. So this with it, if you look at the case, it's actually got what are they called? You use a router to take them out. They've got channels down the side for these legs to go in. So let's line them up. Again, when you're working, if you're a bit of a novice like me, you don't rush things. While I was on Graham's bench as well, I've cleaned the whole case. I don't think it needs any sort of oil on the ends. It looks pretty good. the more original you can keep stuff, the better. What I have noticed is there's a tiny indent on the speaker grill there, and it's missing a little bit of the black paint in this area. I don't know if you can see that. What I'll do, I'll touch that up at another time. Apart from that, this case looks a bit lighter there. Is that a ding? So I'm just looking at sometimes when the handles are on, if they're, and this was you saw how difficult it was to get off. They can hit the wood on the sides and make little indentations, but I don't think that's happened there. You know, for this little mark and this little mark, and that end's perfect. I wouldn't even oil that, sand it down or anything. I've had radios before where they've been in a real state at the ends, and you got to sand them all back, and then you apply silicon teak oil or Danish oil or whatever to bring them back. But in this case, on this case, I mean, the badge is pretty good as well. It's in very good condition, this. So apart from the grill there, the black, I think I'm gonna leave it alone. Leave it all's well. So we're gonna put the little screws back into them side hangers, sleeves, metal brackets, whatever you want to call them. Just reassembling really. With what have we done to this radio? We've done the power supply, because that was the main problem.
You wanted me to look at them on the things, didn't you?
Sorry?
You wanted me to look at the caps on the ESR meter?
Yeah, you can do. Yeah. We already looked at them at the beginning, but I just thought it'd be fun to have in the bingo. Go. Speaker looks alright. It's a fairly clean radio, this one. So why mess with it if it's pretty clean? You could only make it worse, really, because it's got that originality with it. So original, which it's nice to have. Let's get the buttons back on. We glued them up before. Let's have another look at the birthday card. Keep that in shot.
No.
You don't want it's lovely. The buttons came off really easy. Now I don't think that anybody has been inside there before. And some radios, the buttons are just they sort of weld themselves to the posts. This one didn't.
Thank you, Rob, for the anonymous tip.
Let's get the buttons
Cheers, Rob.
back on. Okay.
Martin, how are you, mate? You dropping the right stream. Yeah, you did. We're doing a double. We're doing the double today. You got Mr. Mancave Workshop in, Martin, today.
Get the screws in the side for that
Tably said
handle.
there's no need to share that card, Shaun.
No, I think we should put it, especially for Joe. There you go. I'll make sure it doesn't fall over or anything, so you can focus on it.
I can see Mr. Cruncher's got a sense of humour, can't you?
So let's just get the screws back in the side for the handle. These were, like we said, these were really loose, which got suspicions up about, has this radio been opened up before? But when we looked inside it, I don't think it has. I haven't brought the correct size screwdrivers, so I'm gonna have to be very careful with this because we don't want to nail up. Well, you've got a lot of screwdrivers, haven't you?
I have, yeah. What do you want?
Something that fits like that. It's a flathead or spade head. Thank you.
Try that. Might be a little bit wide. A little bit. Need the next size down.
Yeah, next size down, please. Thank you very much. Perfect. That. Let's get them in tight this time, because when we looked at it, they weren't even when I was taking the handle off, and I know it sounded like a thunderstorm or a lightning strike when I hit the bench trying to get the handle off. But these screws weren't in all the way. They weren't flush. They were sort of in like that. So whether they've unscrewed themselves over time, I don't know, because it really doesn't look like anybody's been in this radio up until today.
Dude, that card is pretty shocking, Shaun.
No, it's good. It's good. We need that there. Happy birthday to
me. A
me.
bit closer, look.
Okay. So, can we remember which way these wires went on the speaker? Because we talked about speaker polarity. You can't even see what I'm doing now because Graham's fixated on the birthday card, isn't he?
Fixated.
We wind it out.
Sorry?
You wind focus out a bit.
Focus out. What is this? A shot?
I tell you, it's so hard work. It's hard enough as it is. I keep saying this, but when you've got Radiocruncher in the background, it's just twice as difficult. Okay, I think we've got the green wire was on the bottom, and the red wire was on the top. Let's get them on. Can't see what I'm doing.
I'm going to go and get that Jaguar radio. I found it, Chris. Well, I came across it actually. Was clearing up the room to get Shaun in. It's right at the back of a stack of radios, so I'm going to go and get that in a minute.
Brilliant. I've got some respite then.
Yeah, from me. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get the base back in, the power supply base. So it looks like it goes in.
Mean streak. Joe said it got a mean streak.
Okay, does it go in that way? I know I've got to connect the power wires, but I'm just checking out how it goes in. I think it's that way. Oh, you can see what I'm doing. Let's get the power wires back on. Should we put these on the opposite way? So we put the negative to the positive, positive to negative. Watch it go bang. In fact, I need to check that I have got these the right way round. Okay. Yeah, that's got to be ground, I think. Oh well, hey ho. If it goes bang, it goes bang. We'll soon find out. Call the fire brigade if they're on the wrong way around. Just saying, Graham, I'm not sure if I've got the power leads on the right way. I don't want to check it. I want to. I think.
Lucky, are you?
Yeah, I think that's the way they went. Can you see?
We can check them against the capacitor, can't you, with a continuity check?
Yeah, but let's not. Let's just play dangerous.
It's feeling lucky. It's feeling lucky.
It's what makes it fun, doesn't it?
Well, you said, look at the state of that Eiffel Tower. Oh dear.
Okay, how have we got that in the right way? We don't know, do we? Let's plug it in, see. Let's just plug it in. Get this over with, done with. It goes pop, it goes pop. No, it's not working. Did I get them wires in the wrong way?
Are you using it with the bench power supply?
No, I'm plugging it into the mains.
You daredevil, you.
Totally dead. Did I get them on the wrong way round, do you think? Let's have a look. I'm pretty sure that's the way they should go. Oh, no, I might be wrong. let's get it on the. So let's get it on the bench supply and see. Did I put them on the wrong way around? Possibly. Let's give it 9 volts this way. Did forget to put the aerial in it. Yeah.
You might be able to slide that up underneath.
Let's put the aerial back on.
Mike Atlantis just told you that you forgot the aerial.
All right, yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah. Schoolboy error from my part. We haven't got a screw for this aerial.
Did it never have one, or have you lost it?
No, it didn't have one when I opened it. I've got to get the little tang on the aerial. I don't know if I can do that without taking it all out again. Nah, I don't think I'm going to have to take it out again. Reality TV, this is what happens. Okay, so I'll just pull the chassis back out, get that aerial in, and we'll have a look.
In the meantime, I'll show them this, shall I?
Yeah.
Let's get back onto my. Let's get back onto my bench a minute. Let's just shut Shaun's audio. There we go. Because Chris Milky wanted to see the Jaguar. So I'm just going to give all this powder a wipe off, because I don't want that all over this radio, really. So this is the limited edition green Connolly leather Roberts Revival R250, is it, or 550, I think, isn't it? Oh, that's a bit cleaner. There it is. Thank you, Rob, for the super chat. I don't know what you mean though. It's now working. Did you like my last week channel I made last week, Graham? Not sure what you mean there, Rob. Do you mean the Ferguson that I helped you fix with the dodgy switches? I got you a schematic for. Is that the one? There it is, Chris, in all its glory. I mean, it's not perfect. Yeah, it's not perfect. It's a little tiny nick. A little tiny nick in the leather there. It's not gone through the leather. It's just a top surface. So that could be PVA down. Little tiny bit of scratching maybe up on the grill plate, but not a lot. But as I say, it is a limited edition and it is finished in actual leather. Just see if I can show you the corner of the leather, because leather and vinyl are sometimes very difficult to tell apart. But if I can zoom right in, you can just about see there that actually is leather. So you can see the sort of grain of the leather in behind there. And where there's screws in, you can see where the leather's gathered up there, that. So yeah, it's all leather. And the badge. Serial number on this one's 31228. Roberts R550. There you are. So it's got an external power point, and I have got the actual Roberts power supply for it as well. So it's not a third-party power supply, it's the actual Roberts one. So, yeah, nice little collector's item, that, in green Connolly leather. So, pretty good condition. I haven't turned this on for yonks. Shall we see if it works? I mean, it's a shame that power supply looks like it's never ever been unwrapped. It just doesn't look like it's been unwrapped at all.
Lynched.
Lynched.
Yeah, it works now for some reason.
It's working now. So you can see there's a little bit of rubbing and wear around here where people have turned the knobs. But overall it's pretty good. And as I say, you haven't got the issues with peeling vinyl on it because it's got the actual leather covering.
I had actually got the power supply put in the wrong polarity.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. You know,
oh, it's got a diode in it though, isn't it? I think that one.
Yeah, it's fine.
Luckily.
Could have blown up.
Oh, what's the worst that could have happened? It could have gone bang and took our electric out in the house.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stick a PP9 in it for now.
Sorry?
Just because I'm just talking to the viewers, Shaun. I'm just going to pop a PP9 in here. What I'm saying. Only because I don't really want to unpack the whole power supply. Should have the PP9 in here. Let's connect her up then. See if she got bang. Oh dear, that's not a great battery connector, is it? Oh dear. There we are.
To someone you love, then don't let it go unchecked, because that
Everything's wrong.
So it's got a tone button.
improve or adjust about your body, if you wanted to be healthier or fitter or whatever those things are, that happens through action. You start to change how you feel about your body through action rather than trying to convince yourself one way or another.
Great advice. I definitely agree. Like we say all the time in the show, don't we? That stuff goes in, that stuff that you say.
It's got medium wave and long wave, but we ain't got a lot on that now. Excuse me.
targeted at low-income students, as well as guaranteed admissions for more students. But they say it's improved geographic
Excuse me.
and economic diversity.
Medium wave is a bit quiet. Could be the switch, that though. So medium wave wants looking at, but apart from that, it's very nice. I haven't put it back together yet, Mike. I finished the case, but I haven't put it back together yet. I was going to try and do that today, but I haven't had time, to be fair. Right, how are you doing, Shaun?
Yeah, well, she's back together.
Back together, ready for a demo, is it?
Yeah, ready.
Shaun's ready for a demo.
Right.
Let me just get this put to one side then. Let's zoom back out. And Shaun is coming back in the house for a demo.
Okay, so yeah, I did make an idiot mistake and I connected the positive. I've got the polarity the wrong way round, putting the power supply back in. Honesty, hands up, idiot. Fancy doing that. Luckily, like Graham said, it's got a diode in it. Stopped anything bad happen. So now it's plugged into the mains. Let's switch it on. It's a beautiful looking radio, actually.
Affirmative action ending saying the evidence that shows.
And I've put the aerial back in. The only thing this radio needs is a screw at the base of the aerial to put it in. I think I've got one back in the Mancave Workshop that I'll put in when I get back.
Right, it's really, you just weren't what the university
Sounds lovely.
Rootvig acknowledges there's no way of knowing why he didn't get into the Ivy League universities he applied for,
Have a look at them.
but he brings something up which students.
What is it doing? Is it doing that? It's decided down. What was that all about? I think that figure of 8, why it wasn't pushed in properly, it is now.
So, the worry that
Obviously we can't stay on music for too long. Pick it up again. Well, let's find out.
Harvard has downplayed personality ratings and the data presented by Students for Fair Admissions. It says it doesn't include applicants such as athletes and children of parents who attend Harvard.
Let's turn it down. Let's see if we get anything in here on medium wave. Doubt it. But... you don't get much on medium wave here, do you? See, up north, get loads of stations. Gold is good. Do you get much long wave reception? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, just faintly there. Wow, that is very different. What I'll do, when I get back up north, I'll demonstrate this radio on medium and long wave so you can hear what kind of pick up there. But yeah, it's working, it's good, I'm happy with it, it's okay.
Well,
just needs that screw.
Was it working in there? You just got to get yourself some 400 milliamp fuses and put back in, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. Cause well, I don't know. It can stay with that 250 until it blows out, and then it'd be just easy to to change
You've
it.
got a screw on the floor there. That's nothing to do with the area, was it? Or your foot?
So Graham's just spotted this. Let's have a look. Don't think so. It doesn't look like.
It's quite big enough, does it?
No, it looks too small.
God, that is shocking. This is Cruncher,
Yeah, sorry guys. We've got to keep focusing on that card.
So it was happy birthday to Shaun on Friday.
Yeah.
So he came down here on his birthday, then.
Let's see how that screw does fit.
Derek's transmitter time, yeah. That's a point. Did you try Derek's transmitter on it, Shaun?
Yeah.
Check your medium wave.
Do you know that screw might be it? No, it's.
Too loose.
Oh no. That's okay. Perhaps it fell out when. So you can't see what I'm doing. That screw does actually fit. Perhaps it fell out when I took the bottom off it before. Okay, that's a bonus, isn't it?
Ideal.
We all like a bonus. There we go. Let's get this bottom bit back on. On the inside here, it's got the model number. It says it's 8631264. I know people kind of like them things because you can date them. But
Will do, Joe. Dear.
What's Joe said?
Joe's saying be sure to thank Mrs. Cruncher for that card with one eyebrow up.
Yeah. Let's get this back. So there we go. The turntable's good. Everything's good on that.
Nice looking radio.
They are from what Roberts do. They're quite fond of these. I like the 707, is it?
Yeah.
And these. The 900s are nice as well, aren't they? Yeah, they do some good radios, Roberts, but I do tend to swing towards Hacker more than Roberts. I don't know why, but this one's very pretty, very nice. Okay.
What's next then, Shaun? What have you got next? You just
Well, what time have we got? Half an hour left. We could.
promised Mrs. Cruncher we would finish for 6.
6, yeah. So we got half. What do you want us to do, guys? You want us to carry on? Half an hour?
I could put, if I could find my headphones. That's a point. I don't know where they are. I was going to say I could have put my headphone things in, but now I don't know where the headphones are.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll show. This is going to be really involved, this radio. The other set that I brought. I've never had one of these, but you've seen them on Graham's channel before.
Now we're talking.
And I brought a Hacker RP18.
Sovereign. Nice.
Sovereign, yeah. Now this thing
best
is.
sounding radio they made, I reckon, personally. But
It needs attention.
needs a grill.
Needs a drill. Needs an aerial.
It's got no aerial either.
No.
That is the later one though, with a slightly bigger hole, so you might be able to drill it out to put one of those 10 sections in.
Tell you what, do you want to have a look at it on your bench or not? Yeah, I can have a look at it here, but
you can have a look at that one if you want.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that one.
That one.
Have a look, see what you make of it. I know it's absolutely as dead as a dodo.
Dead as a dodo, is it?
Because of the AF117s, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm gonna do a complete restoration on that radio on my channel over the next few weeks. So should we have a bit of a look,
Do you want me to do a bit of pokey in it?
Can do, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want you to fix it because I want to do that.
Right. Let's connect it up to some power and see what happens. I'll just get the microphones switched over a minute. Just mute Shaun. Stick me up in the corner. There we are, back in the room. So Rich is saying that card looks like me. I had my rash vest and board shorts on yesterday, enjoying the sun while shopping. Very good, Rich. Right, let's connect this one up then. So, what have we got inside this? That's strange, that handle. I thought there was something weird there, but that sort of slips down that way, isn't it? The plastic.
You seen it as it came
See that?
off, bought it off the very popular internet auction site.
Oh, well,
That's how it came. I've not looked at it. So
we've got
it's in for a full restoration.
Yeah. All right, let's connect it up and see what it does. So it's an 18-volt radio. Looks like that's been broken off, so you want to rivet that back in. You got rivets in that, Shaun, haven't you?
Yeah. I've actually got some battery snaps that somebody 3D.
Oh, of course, yeah. Of course I did. I forgot about them. Right. Yeah, it looks like it might have been dropped, this one. The spindle's a little bit bent as well, isn't it? But it has got one of the original ones with a metal volume pot, which is good. Right, let's stick some power on it and see what happens. Stick a current limit down. Yeah. Well, it's not drawing massive power, but it's got a really scratchy volume pot. Let's give that a squirt a minute. And just see if that makes it any better. Just disconnect one side a minute. Sometimes the volume pot can actually stop it working if it's that bad. Yeah, these pads have gone as well, haven't they? You got some pads for that, Shaun, have you? Do I need to sort you out a couple?
Yeah, no, I've got some already.
You got some?
I've been building stock back up, slowly getting there, back to how it was. So the amp board's working?
Sounds like the amp's working, yeah. I mean, we can test that with a screwdriver on the wiper.
Yeah.
So yeah, the amp's working. But nothing on medium wave. VHF, no aerial.
Yeah.
I actually think it's your cartoon that made it the money, to be fair.
Thank you, Melanie. So do I, of course.
Of course. Well, I mean, we all do know your stuff, and they're still out there in all the shops as well, so people will definitely know it. And what advice would you give people if they were thinking of becoming a cartoonist nowadays?
Let's give it a bit of an aerial. Or has it just died again?
When I tested it, it's absolutely dead. I do think the AF-117s are not in good order.
It's looking quite nice, isn't it?
I bet it is.
Thank you.
Well, you enjoy your lovely time because you're in Devon.
It's got a lovely tone.
Gardening. So here is a limerick I wrote some time ago with a nod to Wordsworth.
Well, that saved me a
You'll be the
job.
judge of that. At this time of year, here
It's
it
working.
Working radio.
Some gardening jobs offer no thrills. Dead-heading bulbs is one of those ills. So,
Sounds lovely,
beneath
doesn't it?
the trees,
Yeah.
the breeze...
Long wave. So long wave's dead. Nothing at all. Medium wave's dead. So on these sets, they've got two different IF strips in them. This is the FM board. This is the AM board. So we've obviously got shorts on the AF-117s. Do you want me to whack them, Shaun?
Yeah, give me a tap.
So let's get a tapping device. There's another one right up the top there that's difficult to get to. No, they're going to be dead. Let's just quickly get a multimeter. See if we've got any voltage sat on the top of those cans.
My day's just got better. It works on FM.
It does work on FM.
It didn't. I tested it.
It might, yeah, they're a bit random, aren't they, the shorts? So if we go find a ground, we'll go with can there. So we shouldn't see any voltage on this. Nothing on that one. Nothing on that one.
Hi Santosh, you okay?
Let's try another ground point. A little bit on that one. We should have voltage on that collector there, but we don't seem to have. We don't seem to have any voltage on this. It might be that this top one here is knackered. Could be a capacitor, could be this nasty thing down here. It's got no leg on it, maybe. Is that broken off? It could, of course, be the switches as well. We'll give them a little squirt while we're there, shall we? No. He's dead, Shaun.
So at least the FM.
Well, the FM board looks to be okay. It's got, well, it must have shorts on it, but at the moment they're working.
The amp board's good.
Yeah, that's surprising that the amp board works, because very often these are a bit dodgy. But that one's good. Good old Goodman speaker. We can have a quick listen with the signal tracer just to see if there's anything on them. If there's any signal on any of the transistors, let's find an earth. What should go with that? Nothing on that one. Nothing on that one. See if we can find 198. No, he's dead. He's dead. I'll just connect it to a different ground. No. That's going to be the transistors, Shaun. One of them is shorted to ground, I expect.
I've never had one before, and, well, as you know, I've had many Hacker radios, but I've never had that model, and it came up as not working on the popular auction site, so I thought it's a good price, I thought I'd give it a stab.
Cheers, Ben and Sandra. Thanks for joining us, mate. Hi, Santosh, how are you, mate? Thank you. AF117s, yeah.
More than likely.
We could try cutting the things, but I think Shaun wants to do that, so we're going to leave that to Shaun. We're not going to go too far with it, but certainly it looks like FM is now working. But yeah, nice radio.
You've done a few of them, have you, Graham?
Yeah, I've done loads of them. I did one for Daniel.
Okay.
I did a Daniel. Did one for Daniel. Yeah, not sure if the Chinese area will fit in there. I think it will. I think you might be alright. You've got some of those, haven't you?
Yeah, I got some in stock. Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, nice radio. Sovereign RP18. Nice. I say I keep robbing bits off of mine. I did have one that I'd actually repaired, but I pinched the amplifier off of it. In fact, the amplifier's up here somewhere. Cheers, Thomas. Thank you very much. Let's catch up with the chat a minute. You have an RP18? Yes, you do, Rob. So how are we doing for time? We're still early.
So while we're on, I'll talk about the blocks really.
You want to talk about blocks? Let's chuck Shaun on the block cam then.
Are we on? Cider. Are we on? So I've got these blocks that you've seen Graham using and I use. Is that it? I've had a guy make up several sets of these. It's a bit of a sales pitch really, I suppose, but it's not, because if any of you guys that subscribe to Graham's channel or mine, we can view there.
I've just ordered it, so yeah, fine.
If you want a set of these, give Graham an email. At the moment there's probably 10 in stock, and for a very reasonable price I will send you out a set. They're really good for when you've got a board out, propping them up. They work both ways. They work all sorts of ways. They're very cleverly designed to hold boards and really convenient. So if you want a set of these, drop Graham an email, and if you're in the mainland UK, I'll post them off to you for a great price. I'm only asking a tenner, say a tenner, including the postage, and then I will send you out a set of these board blocks. Up to you. If you're over in Northern Ireland, I think that's classed as mainland UK, or Scotland, that's mainland UK. Wales is, but if you get up to the Outer Hebrides and then postcodes up there, or over, I tell you what, if you're overseas and you don't mind paying a bit more postage, I'll send them overseas.
Yeah, Rob's saying he will have some. Look.
Okay.
Rob wants some. I use them all the time. I think they're
yeah, I'm not trying to. It's not a business. I'm not trying to make money. It's just that, you know, we're in this hobby together, and they're just so good to have around. Such a great thing to have when you're working. It's not going to be a big business or anything. I've got 10 sets. After that, I'm not going to ask the guy to make any more. But if you guys want them because you're loyal subscribers, you go to my channel, you go to Graham, you're into the hobby. It might be a nice additional tool to have on your bench.
There you are. So, Mr. Mancave, how many pairs of those you got? They do come as a pair, don't they?
Yeah, I got 10.
10 pairs?
10
pairs for sale?
Yeah, 10.
Oh,
yeah. Some of them, some of the colours might vary. You know, like if you look at these, they're not as, they're cut out on a machine that burns a laser machine.
Yeah.
Some of them, you know, they come out with different colours, but they do the same job. They're good to have.
Right, let's get my mic back on then. John's asking if I can do his SP80. I can. Is it working, John, or is it no worries, Chris. Is it working, John, or is it got the problems with the edge connectors again? That's the main problem with them. The limit edge connectors. See, I can have a look at that for you, John. I think I said bye, Thomas, didn't I? Have a good one, mate. And Susie. So yeah, the SP80 is one of Hacker's. Excuse me.
What is the SP80?
SP80 is their only stereo radio they made.
Ah, right, okay.
I've got one in the other room up on top of the cupboard. And what else was there? Was something I was going to show them, but I forgot what it was now. Yeah, there was something else I was going to show you people today, but I've just totally gone out of my head.
We've been too efficient, Graham.
We have.
The radios.
We have.
Worked efficiently, got the jobs done that we wanted to do, and
well, that's bubbling that rust stuff outside, so that's doing well.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'll leave that overnight and see what it comes back like tomorrow. But I just have to make sure I don't touch it with my hands this time because it burns you.
That's a good opportunity to talk to the guys though that are chatting. You know, so they're chatting.
Has anyone got any questions for us? Any man cave info that you need? Quiz him.
Probably not. I'm not that popular.
Yeah.
Tell you what I do like, if you guys watch other channels, David Tipton, watch him. Absolutely brilliant guy, David Tipton.
Good channel.
Other radio channels that are going that are up there are obviously Radiocruncher.
Who's he?
Perfect, that's you. But there's the smaller channels need a chance sometimes. I stumble across, type in like vintage radios into YouTube and you see smaller channels that you can pick up some really good hints and tips off them, and it's nice to see what they're up to and what's going on, you know, that people are saving these old radios.
Cheers, Derek.
Enjoying them.
Catch you soon, mate. Derek sends his best and happy birthday to you for yesterday.
Thanks,
for Friday. Where'd you get your tube radio caps, if not Carl's? It depends, Martin, what they are. The yellow ones I get from Switch Electronics in the UK. I'll stick that up on the screen for you if I can find their website. I assume that they would send stuff out internationally.
Yeah, okay, Rob. If you want to do that, that's fine.
Let's see if I can cut and paste that in for you.
Oh, thanks, Joe.
That's a bit of a big link, but that should get you to Switch Electronics. No worries, Chris.
Funny guy, Joe. I like Joe. I like Joe when I'm on the other side of the chat and I'm watching you do your thing and the banter's going, Joe's a great guy. Some of the stuff he puts up, he's just got that sense of humour correct, just right.
Yeah. So we're on Switch Electronics site now, look. What have we got? Semiconductors, opera passives, capacitors, orange drop, polypropylene. I think that's the ones. Yeah, these here, look. Axial polypropylene caps. So there's 10 items. And they are reasonable as well. You got a price break if you buy 50 or more, but you know, the other place really would be AliExpress. Again, I've bought from them in the past. They seem fine, no problems.
So it's the big question, isn't it, Graham? Why are axial caps more expensive to produce than through-hole?
I wouldn't have thought they'd be more expensive to produce, but there's probably not the demand for them, is there? I mean, if you take any modern kit now, none of it uses axial caps, does it? Really, it's all radios.
You can get through-hole capacitors 10 a penny.
Yeah.
You go for the same value, same
Radios compared to axials.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I say, it's demand. Got to be. Because it's only people like us that repair old stuff that want them. Everybody else wants radios. Or SMD stuff now, isn't it? So the more everything's going over to SMD, the less that's being used, so the more expensive they're going to be. All that sort of stuff. It's mutual, as Joe says.
Yeah, the sense of humour is mutual, and I think it is throughout the community.
Yeah.
It's good because imagine if you couldn't have a laugh while you're repairing a radio, it'd be like...
I've got to have a laugh with me. We'd like to have a laugh and a bit of a drink. Yeah.
Top and bottom of it is, what I do is do the best job I can within my limits, and that's it. I can't do any more than that, and to appreciate and save these vintage radios that will be around hopefully long after I'm gone, it is good.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can keep them going, can't we?
Yeah.
For the future. Right. So what got you into radios then, Shaun?
What happened with me is I play guitar, and I got into old valve amps for guitars.
Right.
I started on YouTube watching a guy, he's an American bass guy.
Uncle Doug?
Uncle Doug, yeah. And I thought, yeah, that's pretty good what he does. And I went to buy a valve amp from a place in the UK called Newton, a town called Newton, and there's a guy there called Steve that runs a guitar workshop.
Yeah.
And I went in to buy this amp, which I bought. I think it was a Fender. It was a Fender amplifier. While I was buying it, on one of the shelves, he had a Ever-Ready King. It was a valve radio.
Sky King.
Sky King. An Ever-Ready Sky King. And I said, "What's that doing there, Steve?" He said, "Oh, it's just an old radio. Somebody dropped it off." So what are you doing with it? He said, "I said nothing. I just put it on there for show. Do you want it?" I said, "Yeah, I'll take it home with me." And that's when the ball started rolling. I took it home. I researched the history of it. That's what got me. It's the history of the radios is, you think, wow, these were the only major entertainment system that people had in the 1950s in the house. And it was their only communication with news, and what news they must have got on through the wars and stuff. And the whole family that would sit around and listen to these things.
Yeah, it was like the tallies, isn't it?
Kind of got the bug from there, really.
You still got it? The Sky King?
No, it's long gone. It's actually in a shop now in Ashton-under-Lyne on display.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's a guitar shop called Gibson Music.
Oh, right.
It's down there.
I've got a Sky King in the other room, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I have, definitely.
So what?
Nice looking radio.
They are. They already. They did a Sky Queen as well, didn't they? Sky Queen, Sky King.
Sky Queen, yeah.
And they did one began with C. I did it. It's a long. It's long. It's about 8 years ago. It was when I started with it.
Yeah, Sky Queen was a smaller one, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they did another one.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Sort of looking radio.
Yeah, a bit smaller.
Yeah. So what got you into it, Graham?
Just dabbling about with stuff, really, and I used to do a paper round when I was about 14, 15 years old, and I always used to like having a look through the classified ads in the paper, and I seen an advert for a radio, so I thought, well, I'd ring the guy up, because there's no internet back in those days, back in the olden days, back in that would have been 70s.
Okay.
And he said, "Yeah, no, I'm in Pinot." So I got the bus out to Pinot down in Exeter, and had my paper round money with me, and rolled up to this house, knocked on the door, went in and had a look, and it was a Hacker Super Sovereign.
Oh wow! What an introduction.
And I didn't pay a lot for it. I think I paid something like a tenner or something like that for it back then. 10, 12 quid. Of course, I took it home and I just couldn't believe this massive, great radio, like, for this, like, little amount of money. So you just start dabbling with it and tinkering, and that's what got me into radio, really. That's my first proper radio, I suppose. And then I did my amateur radio license and got more involved in the electronic side of it. But that's my thing.
Because you got into ham radios as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
And that you have to have licenses and go on courses and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Got a question in from Mike Atlantis. What Volve radio would you recommend with a Magic Eye to get, as he doesn't have one? Really, it's got to be one of the Hacker Mayflowers, Mike, isn't it? If you're looking for an FM radio to listen to, you can't really beat the Hacker Mayflower. It's not so much a Magic Eye, it's a tuning indicator, but it is a Magic Eye Volve of sorts, but it sort of opens and closes like a slit rather than the round Magic Eye.
Yeah, I think the dial face on the Mayflower. We're talking about the Mayflower 1 or 2 with the Magic Eye.
Well, they've both got the same tuning indicator, I believe, haven't they?
Okay, so I get what you're saying. It's a rectangle oblong in the dial face, isn't it? That's open. So it sort of goes that way.
Yeah, it's like a slit that goes like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Whereas a Magic Eye on other radios
is a round one that opens and closes the iris, isn't it? I mean, there's lots of makes, but just get one with a transformer, not one of these. I don't even know if they do one without a transformer and a Magic Eye, but yeah, get a proper transformer set, something like a Bush or a Murphy. Well, Murphys can be a bit tricky to work on. Probably a Bush. You can get one of the Bush ones with a Magic Eye. I've got one in the other room, but I can't remember what the make of it is now. But yeah, plenty about if you want a woody. But yeah, the Hacker ones are pretty good. Cheers, Chris. Catch you soon, mate. Have a good one. Sorry to hear that the eye's playing you up, mate. Matambly saying Uncle Doug is outstanding.
Yeah, he's a really good channel.
I did watch some of his stuff. I was subscribed. I don't think I am subscribed to him because he really is just amplifiers. I'm not really... Yeah. I suppose if you're into guitars, then you'd be interested in the amplifier. But then saying that I'm subscribed to a lot of channels that I haven't got an interest in as such. I just enjoy watching them.
Yeah, it's entertaining. It depends on the person, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think Rob's asking if he should keep up, I take it you mean keep learning about radio repairs before getting a Volve radio. Volve radios and transistor radios are two totally different things to work on, Rob. And certainly you need to be very, very careful if you're messing with Volve stuff, because it is mains. There's voltages in there that are higher than the mains voltage. You get your finger in there or a screwdriver across something that you shouldn't, and you got all sorts of trouble. So you do need the right kit to do it. Ideally, you want an isolation transformer, a lamp limiter, and do lots of reading. Watch lots of YouTube channels of people that actually do a lot of work on those, like David Tipton, Manuel Caldeira, Electronics Old and New. There's a lot of channels out there that do Volve radio stuff, Rob. So,
like I was saying before, even with this little power supply unit in here, because it's plugged into the mains, and like Graham was saying, it's safe. You've got anything you plug into the mains, you've got to be really careful with, because you don't want to kill yourself. Mm-hmm. You've got to be careful.
Joe's saying he just recently saw what happened to Shaun's shop, which was a shock. Impressed not just with Shaun's attitude in getting it back in place, but a lot of the gentlemen in here supported his return.
Yeah,
I agree.
Forever thankful for that. It was amazing that the people that got in touch with me saying, "Oh, look, I can see so much bad's happened." I mean, there's a few guys sent me radios, sent me soldering irons, sent me, to just get back on my feet, and I'm slowly building back up all the tools and the kit that I had and all the equipment. But yeah, community support, brilliant. can't thank you guys enough for that. It's really got me out of a bad place. So thank you.
Yeah, it's good to have him back. Good to have him back working on stuff. So Martin's saying he's had a Philips with an eye without a transformer, a BX323U. The Philips sets really quirky to work on, though, aren't they, Martin? They can be certainly not a beginner set. Bush tended to make sets with a pretty good layout, so always worth looking at the Bush sets. Say, if you want a transformer set, you need to stay clear of the DAC 90. But ideally, you want one with FM.
Yeah, I agree with that, but funny enough, the first valve radio I worked on, but apart from that, I didn't work on the Ever Ready Sky King.
No.
It was a DAC 90.
Yeah, they're easy to work on because they're so accessible, and everything's laid out on a tag strip. They're very nice to work on for a beginner as such, but you are dealing with a positive chassis. Potentially, a live chassis, and they're not really recommended for beginners, I don't think.
I think what did it for me was there's so much information out there.
Yeah.
So there's, you can just find out.
I mean, there's
anything you want to know about a DAC 90.
They're nice. They look lovely on the side, a DAC 90.
Yeah, they're
it's
nice,
a good looking radio.
well.
Yeah, they're not massively bulky. A lot of people are just stripping the valves out of these big wooden sets now and chucking the radios away, which is sacrilege, really. But where do you keep them? I mean, I've got a big valve radio down here, which is going to be one of my next projects that was very kindly given to me by GT Jeff, which is a GEC. No tuning eye on that one. But, yeah, really nice thing. Thanks, Joe. So Timothy's saying the thing with valve sets is to remember they're not safe just because you've unplugged them. There can still be high voltages in them. Yeah, you're dead right. I mean, there's a lot of people that have had shocks just by sticking their hand in something that's not even plugged in because the capacitors are still charged to mains voltage.
Yeah, that's a good point, that, Timothy.
So Martin's saying I don't work on radios electronics, but still do want to start if you dare. Yeah.
Like Joe says, that's what keeps me going, John. There's always something new to learn, and I got over the hurdle of asking for help. If you don't know how to do something, ask somebody that does, and then you learn. It's great, and then you can share. Once you've got the knowledge, you can pass it on to other people. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Right, if no one's got anything else for us, we're going to call it a day there. So I hope you've enjoyed having Shaun with us today. And he's done well to get that radio up and running. It was only a fuse, but you've given it good service. You glued the tops back on, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all glued back on. It's got a nice little radio. Where's that going to be? In your kitchen, did you say?
Yeah,
kitchen radio.
It was in the kitchen. It might now go in the living room.
Oh, right, okay. Upgraded. Wow. There we are, people. Right, just sort that out. Let's get me back on. So, thanks today, everybody. Thanks again to Shaun for joining us. And
it's been a pleasure.
If you've enjoyed that, then don't forget to give us a thumbs up and subscribe, all the rest of it. The link to Shaun's channel is in the description. So if you click on the, what's it, at Sweeney Todd or something it comes up with, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah, but the link to Shaun's channel is in the description, so click on that and you can go and see what Shaun gets up to. So bye for now, all. Bye from Shaun, and we'll catch you again soon. Bye for now.